Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is a special meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order. This is a special meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. We got one item on the agenda tonight, discussion of the GBD K-9 unit. Some of you may be new to our meetings or procedures, so I just want to explain that really quickly. If we don't like it, GPD can be the overflow. Now come on in. Okay, we do have some GPD staff members that do need to be here because they're part of the presentation. Our stuff, these $9. We gonna command this meeting. Now come on in. Okay, if we don't have an orderly meeting, Commissioner Walker, Duncan Walker, I'm telling you this as well since you called it. I'm going to adjourn it. We need to have order. All right, so I just need your help with that, if you can help me.
Mr. Mayor, would you recognize?
Sure.
I think in order to accommodate the public, if we could just dial this down a bit and let the public come in, put the chairs out. We should have just had more chairs out to accommodate the public. It is a public meeting, so if they could put the chairs all across the room, and if the police officers who are not going to testify, if they could go to the overflow room, but not the public.
Yeah, I think all the officers in here are here because they're part of the presentation, or they're here on their own time as citizens. Yeah.
We can put some chairs over there.
Well, they need to be here to answer questions, and so.
Well, they can stand up. It's the citizens' dollars and the citizens' first.
We're taking care of it. We are accommodating everybody. We do have a room capacity, so once we do reach capacity, we will need to ask folks to. We need to.
We can move the tables out of the back, put chairs back there, and then we can have more.
Well, that's not good.
You know, how to do that.
Okay, we'll just wait here a second.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Ms. Mulder. We used to have a sign up. Oh, it's back on the back wall there, under the clock. How many? No more than 142. 142, okay, thank you. I would think so.
If you're not used to speaking on your I want you to fill out a form, even if you just have to say that you support. So the same way they get all their time to talk, it's time for the citizens to have their particular time. They all want to command the narrative, but we're not doing it today. It's too much at stake.
I'm done with the circus. I'm going home.
I want you to fill out a form and give it to me. And there are out chairs, and I need y'all to put it to the chairs.
All right, if somebody can do a count, we just need to make sure we're not over our fire code here.
And we want to make space for every citizen. So if the news needs to see that GPD allowing the citizens to sit down, we can make sure that that's reported as well. So that's who needs to be standing up. That's who's on the clock. Every citizen should have a seat.
When it reaches 140, we'll be at capacity.
Right. So the officers need to go out. Right over there. Yes, please. That's fine. You should take that paper against the wall. Exactly.
Okay. Okay, so while everyone's getting settled in their final spot, Let me just give you a little idea about, many of you I think might be new to our meetings. First of all, we ask that we maintain decorum at all times. This is a place of civil discourse, and we want everybody to feel welcomed and treated fairly, equally, and respectfully. So that's the first thing we'd ask, Ms. Payne. Thank you. The second order of sort of the meeting, first we're going to have an order from the Gainesville Police Department on their canine policies and procedures. That will be followed by Commissioner Duncan Walker, who has a presentation. Then we will go to public comment. If you wish to make any public comments, please fill out a card. They are located sort of near the exits on both sides, and then you can hand it to the clerk. Madam Clerk, can you give a little wave? There she is. And then she will call you in order. We will take everybody's public comment. We do have phone-in lines, so we'll alternate between people that are calling in and people that are here live. And we will probably need to take a recess periodically, so folks can stretch their legs and take a little bit of a break. And we'll kind of go until we've heard from everybody who wishes to speak. So are there any questions from the commission? Okay, with that, I need a motion to adopt our agenda. Is there a second? Motion and a second to adopt our agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. I did get a message from Commissioner Hayes Santos. He does have a family emergency and will not be able to be with us tonight, but he let me know that shortly before this meeting. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I would like to be excused for about 45 minutes at 6 o'clock, but I will return.
Okay, very good. Thank you for
Thank
letting
you.
us know. With that, Madam Manager, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, excuse me, good evening. I'd like to ask Chief Scott if he would come forward and kick off the presentation for GPD.
Okay, thank you. Chief Scott, welcome.
Can we do that? Can we have a motion that we don't vote until Commissioner
No,
Chestnut gets back?
Madam, I said the order of procedure. We're not going to do anything till the end of public comment. So we will hear from Chief Scott at this point. Chief Scott?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. Lonnie Scott, Chief of Police, Gainesville Police Department. We're here today in response to a request to provide a report, presentation on the K-9 policy. What I'm going to do is to have Captain Anthony Farrar come up and he'll give you a summation of the analysis that was conducted. And then it'll be Chief Inspector Koenig will come up and provide you with the statistical analysis. This overview is just to give you some idea of what we've done with the K-9 unit and basically provide a groundwork for our policy and procedures. Be more than happy to answer any questions that might come up, and what we do, we're happy to say is set on a national standard. So we're more than happy to deal with the questions that might come up and provide the answers to the best of our abilities. And at this time, I'll ask that Captain Farrar come forth and make his presentation. It's going to be a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you. And just again, a lot of new folks here tonight. We do not allow cheering or jeering. We do not allow outbursts. We try to maintain decorum throughout. So for the good of the whole, and so we can hear from everybody and be respectful, please just again refrain from cheering, jeering, or any sort of outbursts, and be respectful to other folks while they're talking so they're able to have their voices heard. Captain Farrar.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Manager. We have the opportunity today to share a little bit about our K-9 unit, and if I can...
Mr. Farrar, if you pull that mic down a little bit, there you go.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Very
not
good.
as tall as Chief Scott. Okay, so one of the questions that many people might be asking is, why is there a K-9 unit? First and foremost, even though it starts off saying officer safety, it's not officer safety as much as it is the public safety. And one of the things that we need to identify is the fact that utilizing the police K-9 is assisting in law enforcement functions. Those law enforcement functions aren't just for us, they're for the citizens. And it allows the officers to complete those functions in a manner that's much more safe, especially when it comes to building and area searches. tracking, searching for suspects that have committed felonies or any kind of violent misdemeanors. As a matter of fact, here in the room today are 2 survivors of a violent confrontation where the police canine was able to save the 2 officers from gunfire. Both of those officers survived. The canine, of course, did not. That's Canine Giroux, and he was killed in the line of duty on January 24th, 1986. The presence of a police dog is also a de-escalation technique. Most suspects will not flee on foot, physically resist arrest, or reach for weapons when they know a police dog is on scene or is being used to locate them. Normally, the suspect's response is compliance with an occasional actual announcement of surrender. When it comes to officer safety, one of the things that we want to stress is how integral a component canine is in a majority of our major crime scenes, and how that vital asset was used, especially during the time of the student murders in August 1990. There's many more examples that we can use as we go along. Canines are also used for community engagement events, and along with canine, SWAT, motors, forensics, and unfortunately the now defunct helicopter unit and the horses, they were seemingly the team that was asked for the most. And whether it be a presentation at a school or presentation for a civic group, our canine unit officers were always at the ready to assist and demonstrate the attributes of their canine partners. They've completed hundreds of community demonstrations over the years, and during these demonstrations, the unit members get the chance to explain the unit mission and the capabilities. Most demonstrations take place at local schools, where unit members have a chance to interact with their youngest neighbors. The unit has helped many nonprofits and other community organizations by completing demonstrations during their events. And one of the events that is upcoming early next year is the Newberry Criminal Justice Academy, and we have been a partner with them for many years. The canine unit also assists in missing persons investigations. We locate missing or endangered people who are believed to be in a known area. We're tracking them, can assist in finding their location. The unit's also assisted in locating people who are lost in large wooded areas, such as city parks. And most everybody would probably remember the massive response of all canine units in north central Florida and some as far away as South Florida during the Christian Aguilar case in the fall of 2012. When it comes to tracking, the dogs can be used for both misdemeanor tracks and felony tracks. The police dog can be used to track suspects who have fled on foot from any crime, but most of all, misdemeanor crimes that have that we use the shortest leash feasible. In that case, it's a 6-foot leash. Handlers will use all reasonable precautions not to physically apprehend suspects with the canine that do not surrender prior to being located. However, if a physical apprehension does occur, especially if the suspect escalates resistance, in other words, fights with law enforcement when they are discovered. A longer leash can be used for violent misdemeanor crimes, and violent misdemeanor crimes would include things of domestic battery, as well as loitering and prowling, which is a typical precursor to committing a burglary. On a felony track, a longer leash is used, and it usually is around 15 to 20 feet long. This allows a greater distance between the canine, the potential suspect, and then the handler that is in charge of the canine. And that way, it is much less likely that an ambush occur. If the ambush occurs, it would be to the dog as opposed to the handler. And that gets us to the question of whether or not announcements are necessary during a canine track. Our policy states that canine warnings do not have to be given at the beginning of any track or during a track unless the suspect's hiding or concealment location is known or becomes known. So that would include things like hiding in a shed or hiding under a house where we illuminate the suspect from underneath the house, give our commands for him to come out. I've seen that on many occasions personally. GPD's policy is in line with other departments and follows federal case law. Most recently, the federal case law is Jarvella versus Hook from 2022, where the court ruled that verbal warnings are not needed when tracking a suspect that's fled on foot. The court stated that shouting your verbal warning reveals the officer's location and is an officer safety factor. The court ruled if the suspect had any intention of surrendering, they would have never fled on foot to avoid arrest in the first place. Actually using the canine to apprehend or using that canine as a use of force. The police dog used to pursue and physically apprehend a suspect fleeing away from officers on foot is pretty common. GPD's policy states a police dog is only used in this manner for specific violent, forcible felonies, which include arson and burglary. In some situations, the police dog can be used in a manner for violent misdemeanors, like I said before, including domestic battery and other violations of domestic injunctions and loitering prowling, as we've identified earlier. Policy states the canine handler will issue 2 verbal commands prior to both of the application of the police dog. As I said before, if someone's hiding underneath a building and we know that they're there, we will give the commands. As a matter of fact, if we give commands at any point in time, we give plenty of opportunity for that person to show their hands or, in other words, surrender. A canine handler, again, is not required to use any verbal warnings if the suspect is reasonably believed to be armed with a firearm. In other words, a suspect is fleeing on foot from a shooting, an armed robbery, or any crime where a suspect is believed to be in possession of a firearm. We would only be giving away our position at that point in time and facing a certainty of an armed confrontation. I'm going to turn the podium over to C.I. Koenig at this time.
Thank you. Chief Inspector Koenig, welcome.
Commissioners, Mayor, thank you for this honor. Jamie Koenig, Chief Inspector at the Gainesville Police Department. This portion of the presentation is going to go over some of our statistics, and I will explain where the statistics are derived from and how we got to these numbers. I will also talk a little bit about, the demographics and different things like that. So we'll start with the first slide. So this is our bite ratios, and bite ratios are actually tabulated, as you can tell, over the 3 years. We had 9.8, 10, and 9.8. Pretty consistent bite ratios for each year. And what the bite ratios consist of are the number of bites in relation to the number of times that a dog was deployed on an apprehension. And for 2020, I'm going to go ahead 2 slides because it would be easier if you guys take a look at these. For 2020, you will see we had 12 bites and 122 apprehensions. So that means those dogs were deployed 122 times on tracks or helping in a call for service, and only 12 times we actually bit an individual, during those times. So 2020, 12 to 122 for a 9.8 ratio. 2021 is 13 times that we actually had a bite to 129 times that they were deployed during an apprehension for a 10% bite ratio. And in 2022, we had 12 for 122 apprehensions for a 9.8% ratio. In Kerr versus West Palm Beach, and this is a very case in the state of Florida, the experts said that any bite ratio that is below 30% is well within the acceptable standards. So this gives you an idea that we are more than 20% below in our bite ratios and the numbers.
Chief Inspector, if you could
yes,
please
sir.
pause for a question from Commissioner Chestnut.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Inspector. How many different dogs are in that number, the 12, 13, and 12? Is that the same dog or?
So it's actually several dogs.
I
We
see.
have 5 dogs on the unit currently, and that includes, each year sometimes that changes. We lose a handler or a dog retires, so I could get you the exact number of dogs we had each year if that's.
No,
that's-
I was just wondering, but
That
that's
is,
fine.
that is the whole unit. That
Several,
is,
okay.
yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, so here are the demographics of the people with a canine bite during the apprehension. So in 2020, we had 9 African American individuals, 2 white and 1 Hispanic. In 2021, 10 African American individuals, 2 white and 0 Hispanic. And in 2022, 10 African American, 2 white and 0 Hispanic. And the gender for all of these is male. So we want to talk a little bit about the reasons and the type for the 12 bites and the reasons and the reasons for the crimes that you will see. So these are all the crime types that you will see here as they go down the list: felony, warrant arrest, burglaries, domestic batteries, driving with suspended license. And to give you an idea, what I did is I broke it down a little bit more. In 2020, we had 5 of these that were actually violent warrants. So warrants or wanted people, 7 which involved a burglary. In 2021, we had 4 warrants and 3 burglaries. So if you look down the list, and the one that always, for me, kind of catches me is the armed suicidal subject in 2021. We had someone armed with a knife. And the dog was utilized in order to subdue the person because they were threatening themselves and others, and at the same time. So not only were the dogs used for felony suspects and felony crimes and violent misdemeanor crimes, but they were also utilized in order to subdue this person so they didn't hurt themselves or others. I have the numbers for 2022. If the slide will change. Nothing like being in front of a crowd of people and it doesn't work, right? So so for 2022, we had 11 felonies, which you can see the list of felonies that are listed. Felony warrants, robbery, occupied residential burglary, fleeing and attempting to elude. This just gives you all the crime types that happened for each of the bites that we did during those times. Some of the things that I did want to mention, and at least one of the things, and so for actually we'll just go 2022. So far this year, we've answered, or we've had 83,864 calls for service. So if you can imagine that the police have touched a citizen or getting a call for service, done a proactive patrol, been out on foot, and of those, these are the only instances where the canines ended up biting someone. To relate it to just the number, to say, we're responding to a large number of calls for service. Last year, and for the totality of the year, we responded to 93,285 calls for service. So, you think about our police force, 265 officers, it's a lot of calls for service to be able to handle within the community. And these are the results. But this is the totality of that. For our agency comparison and our bite ratio, we pulled these numbers to look at some agencies that are around us and even larger agencies to show you their bite ratios and what their numbers were for 2021. Most individuals don't have 2022 yet posted. The annual reports haven't been done, but this is what they have. So Miami Police Department was 6.25%. The Gainesville Police Department is 10%. And the Orlando Police Department was 10.4%. To also give you a small idea of every bite that occurs, whether or not, at the Gainesville Police Department, it goes through a 4-level evaluation through our response to resistance notification process. So just like any other use of force in the city of Gainesville, it goes through this 4-level process from the sergeant in the unit evaluating it to the lieutenant to the captain of that bureau, and straight over to the internal affairs unit. So everyone is scrutinized to make sure it follows policy, it's within the guidelines of the Gainesville Police Department, and we're making sure that we're doing everything right and following those rules. Along with that, we have something called an early warning system at the Gainesville Police Department. If you have a certain number of response to resistance over a 12-month period, a notification will come up to the internal affairs commander and myself. And then we ask for an evaluation of that officer, or if, in this case, it would be a canine, to be done. And all of that is done through that chain of command, again, that 4-level review. So in every instance, every single one of the instances that occurs, we make sure we are professional, we are following policy, and it is scrutinized on many levels within our department. So we're very cognizant of what's going on at the department, how the agency is utilizing the tools that we have, and where we go from there. This really concludes my portion of the presentation at this time. I will ask Chief Scott to come back up.
Thank you, Chief Inspector.
So one of the things I want to point out is that as a result of the recent review of the K-9 policy and procedures, we conducted some other reviews ourselves. So we want to see what were other entities doing, and we reached out and did some research for other agencies in the state. And we looked for people that had 50 or servicing populations of 50,000 or more. When you look at that in the state of Florida, there were 95 agencies that we could identify that service populations of 50,000 people or more. In that comparison, we found that out of 95 actually had K-9 units. Every last law enforcement agency that serviced more than 50,000 people in the state of Florida had a K-9 unit. So we thought that was pertinent, and we thought that was important to present today, because we take a lot of pride, quite frankly, in what we do and how we do it. We take a lot of pride in the fact that we are sensitive to our community and try to be responsive to it. We not only did our internal review, we also asked for an external party to come in and review what we did. So we contacted V2 Global, who handles not just K-9 or law enforcement reviews, but also businesses and some other. And we asked, quite frankly, Chief Martinez to come up and just give a synopsis of what his findings were in the review of our policy. So at this time, we have Chief Martinez. He'll come forth and give you a little information about his review of what we did, what our policy states, and how it's constructed.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chief. My name is Ray Martinez, and I'm with V2 Global. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for speaking here today. V2 Global was asked and it was engaged to come in to do a review of the policies and procedures and training of the K-9 unit for the Gainesville Police Department, as well as to review the incident involving Mr. Bradley, and to give an opinion on whether the policies and procedures that were in place were followed in the use of the K-9 during that time. Myself and Mr. Greg Terp, who is, I believe, on Zoom or joining us virtually. Unfortunately, he could not attend today because of personal reasons, but Greg Terp is a distinguished retired law enforcement officer from the Miami-Dade Police Department. Spent many years as a K-9 handler himself, as a K-9 supervisor, and ultimately as the commander of the K-9 unit for the Miami-Dade Police Department. After serving with the Miami-Dade Police Department, he went on to be the executive director of security for the Florida Marlins, and then worked at the Miami Super Bowl host committee for the 2020 Super Bowl in Miami as a vice president of operations. My background is in law enforcement as well. I spent 35 years with the City of Miami Police Department and the Miami Beach Police Department. The last 12 and a half years with Miami Beach, I served as assistant chief and ultimately as the chief of police. Greg served as our subject matter expert, and I worked with him in the reviewing of the policy. And I can tell you from the very beginning of the engagement, when we were first contacted by the chief and by the city manager, Ms. Curry, what was asked of us was to give an honest, unbiased review of the case and the incident and the policies. And that's what we did. Again, the difference is we did a review. We did not do an investigation. There was an ongoing investigation at the time with internal affairs, and we did not want to jeopardize any internal investigation that was going on and violating Police Officer Bill of Rights or any other things that may come into play. So what we essentially did was review body camera video footage, all of the reports that were written. Mr. Terp came up and reviewed the training, actually witnessed the training sessions, day of training with the K-9 unit, looked at the policies, and as I said, all the reports that were written, interviewed K-9 officers that were not involved in that incident. And from there, we made the assessment and the report, which I believe you all have, that at each decision point, and that's the key thing that we looked at, is that every decision point that started with the traffic stop, The Gainesville Police Department, in essence, followed their procedure and protocol and made the appropriate decision. So, our findings speak for themselves. A little bit about our company, V2 Global. We're a global consulting company. 90 or over 90% of our clients are private sector, not government and not law enforcement. We have a police advisory council within our organization where we do, give these kind of consulting opportunities to law enforcement as well as security companies throughout South Florida, Florida, and across the nation. As I said, we also do work around the world. I'll be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Didn't know if Major Turp had anything to add to the conversation.
Chief Scott, can everybody hear me there?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you to the mayor, the commissioner, to Chief Scott and his staff, and to the community members that are there today. Just to give a little background on myself, specifically to K-9, but a little overall on law enforcement. I started working for what was called the Dade County Public Safety Department in 1976. Worked there for 4 years, and we had the opportunity to expand the K-9 unit. I was a detective at the time. We only had 2 dogs at the time, and I think this is important for you to understand. The only reason we had those 2 dogs is because they were part of an FAA program where we had to have dogs capable of doing explosive searches on aircraft at Miami International Airport. At the same time, the city of Miami had over 20 dogs working patrol work on the streets. Our dogs were cross-trained for bombs and patrol work. They were working all the time, and our director, we switched from a sheriff's office back in the city to the Dade County Public Safety Department. We had a director named E. Wilson Purdy. Mr. Purdy was, if you go back and look at the records, he was one of the ones really pushing in this country police professionalism, and especially in the use of force, not specific to K-9, but overall. I think he had a strong sense of the value of K-9, and so in 1980, he decided to expand the unit from the 2 to 5, which was two additional officers and a sergeant. But along with that came some really strong guidelines, and those guidelines were that we were to use these dogs in a proper manner. He wanted to make sure that we understood, all of us coming into the unit and those in the unit, that this unit needed to be very much in line with his thoughts on the use of force with the dogs. We knew some of the negatives that had come out of the 60s with dogs and law enforcement, and he wanted none of that. So that's what I started my career with, and I will tell you, both as an officer, a sergeant, and then as the major over all the specialized units, that was my philosophy and something we looked at. So in doing that, I will tell you that in my 6 years as an officer, then I came back 5 years as a sergeant, working in operational K-9, I personally had probably over 300, maybe 350 catches, but of that, my bite ratio was about 7 to 8%. I would say to you that that was specific because of the way our department was handling it. Today, as I come to you, I looked at what you had, and probably one of the best things that you had was the body-worn camera. We looked at the policies. We looked at what the decision-making was. We looked how the units did the perimeters. One of the things I know is very difficult for people to understand is the training aspect. We can do the best training we can, but we can't replicate what happens in real life. And the importance of what I'm trying to say with that is when we do the training, we can really fine-tune the dogs and the handlers. But what happens when they leave there is they go out to do a search. And I can tell you on a lot of the searches I was on in my career, there was times when I was especially in really dark wooded areas or searching for really dangerous subjects that had shot and killed somebody or done a rape or some violent crime. There were times when I'm there with my dog and I had concerns about my safety and going home. And what happens is the dog, he senses you. He senses you. Anybody that has a dog knows the dog will sense an owner. The dog will sense the handler. I would see this in my police vehicle. I'd be riding around. I mostly work the midnight shifts a lot of times. I'd be riding around and things would be quiet. There might be some emergency calls going out. The dog's laying in the back seat. He's sleeping. He wouldn't wake up on anything. But if a call came in whether it was an emergency call or not, that I was going to respond to. My physiological changes, the dog would sit up right away. So he was in tune with me. I also saw it on a case. They called me up about 2 o'clock in the morning, and they had a stolen vehicle, or a vehicle that they went to stop. It turned out to be stolen later. And they had some subjects jump out of the car, and they run from the police car. The police officers were able to catch one of the subjects, and when they caught the subject, he was able to tell them that they had actually kidnapped the owner, who was a 67-year-old secretary in downtown to a law firm. They had taken her out to a field area in North Dade and raped her, tied her up, and left her to die. So when I got the call at 2 in the morning, they asked me, do you think you can find a dead body? And I said, I didn't know, but I would come up to search. I arrived up there in the area that is now Dolphin Stadium, but 109 9th Street didn't go through. It was wooded field area. They had been searching all night with a helicopter. They've been out there since about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. This is about 2, 3 in the morning. I got the dog out. I gave him the same command that I give to do any search for a person that we're looking for, whether it was a criminal person or a lost person or not. It's the same command, but the dog could feel in me that I did not have any fear. As we went along, I think it took maybe 10, 15 minutes, and by the scent, we found her. And I found the lady. She was tied with her hands behind her back in some bushes. She'd been bitten by some of the mosquitoes and the bugs that were there, but she was alive. But when the dog went up next to her, he laid down. I didn't give a command. He knew this was different. And again, that goes back to what happens with dogs when they're out there working. They realize that the training is one thing. They realize real life is something different. And in this sense, he did not sense that fear from me. And again, it's not something I tell them. That's just something they sense in your body. Having done that, we realized the value of canine to our community. And so when I received a call and talked to Chief Scott, one of the things that I really, somebody to come up here and do an evaluation of that night and a review of that night was, I really liked where he was coming from and that he wanted an honest review wherever it stood. I truly believe that canines are a great tool for any law enforcement officer and department, but even more so for that community to catch some of the people we need to catch that are dangerous to the community. But they also need to be held to accountability. And I know that's why you're here today. And I think in the review that we went through and looked at what occurred. I looked at the video, and when you look at the video, I did not see anything I did not see any malfeasance. I didn't see anything nefarious. From the time the canine officer got out of his car and located Mr. Bradley, what occurred after that is something I've never seen in 350 some cases I had personally, but also the hundreds of cases I reviewed as a sergeant or as a police commander, as the major over anything, the severity of what occurred there. It is, as you saw in the video, something that appeared to me to be an unintended bite, or you can call it an accidental bite. But again, that is what we were reviewing. So any questions you might have on that for me?
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to wrap up by just pointing out a couple of things. Anytime we use a canine, anytime we use a canine for apprehension, it is a response to resistance, what used to be called use of force. We're responding to the behavior of the person that we're trying to gain control of. Anytime we use a canine, and that canine is technically used to just make sure that we can leave that situation as safe as possible for both the officer and the person they're trying to apprehend. But anytime that we use force, anytime we use a response to resistance, there's a potential for someone to be injured. Because we have, and it could be, it doesn't have to be a dog, it could be an officer that's trying to arrest someone, the person pulling away from them, they fall to the ground, person breaks their arm or their shoulder. All of that happens. That's because they're resisting the officer's efforts to gain control. So anytime that happens, and the dog in particular for apprehensions, are used for violent crime typically, and or in progress burglaries and arsons. So think about this. We're talking about violent crimes. Someone shoots at someone attempts to rape someone attacks someone, a robbery. We want to make sure that we are meeting that subject with enough force to get compliance. Sometimes it's just the presence of the dog. the barking of the dog that gains compliance, sometimes it's not. And that's not the only level of force that we use. You know, we use level of force of talking to folks, our presence. We get out there and we have to do arm bar takedowns. Well, all these uses of force are reviewed at 4 levels. 4 levels. So anytime someone uses a force, we have that level of review, and we also have the cameras to document it. I feel responsible, quite frankly, for the safety of the officers and the citizens. The K-9 is a tool to help protect both. I would hate to have any officer and or citizen killed because we didn't have one on scene. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And I know that we have a presentation from Commissioner Duncan Walker. I'm just going to tell, for you, Madam Manager, for my colleagues here on the dais, and for the Chief, the question that has and will continue to rattle around in my mind is, what is the alternative? And so, and it can't be answered tonight because I think you'd have to go through sort of a historical look at each of the responses that involved a K-9 and ask the question, how else would that response have happened without a K-9 unit? So I know like a search and rescue is different than a burglary in progress versus, a shooting and you're trying to set up a perimeter and catch somebody who, committed an attempted murder. So I'm not asking you to answer that question now, but I think for this commission, as we go through our deliberative process to figure out, what is the right staffing and sort of pool of resources to answer calls for service, how would those calls go if there was not a K-9 unit available? What would be the standard response and outcomes from that, under those conditions? So I'll continue to sort of listen to try to better understand that as we hear from Commissioner Duncan Walker and further questions. So with that, Commissioner, we will turn the meeting over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the Gainesville Police Department for their presentation, the special guests that they brought in to present, and thank you so much to everybody who saw fit to join us for this very important conversation tonight. It is not lost on me that this conversation has been rescheduled twice. And I do want to say to you that I'm grateful that you're here. And I want to offer a bit of an explanation, if I may. The very first time this meeting was rescheduled, it was rescheduled because it was initially put on a date in which we would not have access to broadcast. And it was very, very important to me that people who were not able to join this conversation sitting where you are could see us and could participate in this conversation. It's essential that everyone be able to engage with this content, be able to ask questions and formulate ideas and opinions. So we moved it to another date. And on the second date, I had a personal health emergency. And so I thank you all so much for your patience. I know there's been a lot of eagerness building up over this information and over this meeting, and I'm grateful that you were here. I want to make it very, very clear that for me, tonight is about the people. I take nothing away from the Gainesville Police Department. I thank you so much for everything that you have presented this evening. You have had the opportunity to present now, I believe, twice. Your data, your information, and that's important. But it's kind of been a one-way conversation. And so what I needed to do was respond to the needs of my constituents, the needs of the neighbors who have some very deep concerns, some very relevant and valid questions with regards to how we will ensure the public safety of everyone here. Before I enter into my narrative, I do have a brief video presentation that I'd like for Raul, if you would, to cue up for us. Once again, I say thank you to everyone here. Anybody who's down in the overflow, we thank you. We thank you. This is an urgent matter. I also feel the need to say that the Terrell Bradley case shed light on an issue that is not new. This is not solely about Terrell Bradley tonight, but what happened to him gives us the opportunity to open a dialogue that we simply must have about how we police this community, how we consider alternatives, how we ensure accountability, transparency, equity, and fairness, and how we move not just the K-9 unit forward, but how we move the Gainesville Police Department forward. And so I thank you once again for being here tonight. I look forward to hearing from everyone. Understand that your voices are critical to this conversation. I know I, for one, will take into account everything that you have to say, because at the end of the day, this is all about you. I'm grateful that you're here. Raul, and if we could, I don't know if it's appropriate to dim the lights, but I thank you.
Almost always.
Yeah,
It's not that dog's fault.
right.
The dog lost its desire to bite a man eons ago. He's been domesticized for too long. We have to wake up deep, natural things in them. And once you wake those up, and that dog knows he can take you on and beat you, he turns into a different animal.
Before Raul plays the next video clip, I feel the need to warn everyone. The next few things may be difficult to watch. I encourage anyone who does not have the stomach or the desire to look at what a canine attack can be, to please turn away. These images can be very difficult, but it is important that we have the opportunity to see what this is like. Raul, next clip, please.
I want to warn you, the sound and video of a police dog repeatedly biting a young suspect is graphic. We're showing the whole video of that attack. The reason? The canine was given no order to apprehend the teen and then ignored more than 20 commands from his handler to stop biting.
I'm gonna send the dog. I'm gonna send the dog. Don't run. I'm gonna send the dog.
Passengers bail out of a stolen car and run from police.
Come here. Come here right now.
A 17-year-old stops running and then follows all of the officer's orders. The canine handler is just out of frame with his gun drawn as the teen sits down behind a bush and puts his hands up and down and up again.
Get on the ground. Stop. Like, off.
The 17-year-old was hospitalized with severe bite wounds. He was arrested along with the others, but prosecutors dropped all charges against the wounded teen.
It troubles me that the canine did not release sooner than what he did.
I counted 21 commands, stop, and then 20 off. 18 of those off commands occurred after he already had the teen in his grasp. How many commands of off should it take before a police dog lets go of a teen that he has in his jaws?
I would say that ideally one command should be sufficient.
There is another video.
Shoot your hands! Shoot your hands! 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 Do not fight the dog! I'm gonna come get him. Coming to your right. Don't fight the dog! Do not fight the dog! I got the turnstile. Stay on his head. Let go of the dog! Stop fighting him. Stop fighting the dog! Might get him off. Stop him off. Out! Mike, Kyle, grab that hand. I got. Out! Leg, stop fighting the dog. Stop fighting. Out! Drop him, Mike. Just two hands, choke him off. Tell me, watch his feet. Watch his feet. Watch his feet. Oh! Mike, choke him, two hands, please. Let's go, Zach. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. You guys grab that other hand, please. Mike, straight back, straight back.
Stop fighting,
Right?
stop fighting.
Was his license suspended?
And this is locally, the case that most of us are familiar with. Jerome Bradley.
Hey, show me your hands, bro. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Come out to me. Come out to me. Dog's not coming off to you. Come out to me. Come out to me.
You got me, bro. I'm done. I'm done.
Come out to me.
Get the dog, bro. Get the dog. Oh, get the dog. Get the dog. Get the dog. Get the dog. Oh, get the dog, bro. Get the dog, man. Get the dog. He got my finger. He got my... finger, bro. You got my finger. He ripped my finger off, bro. He ripped my finger. He ripped my finger. He ripped my finger. Ow, bro. Get your fucking dog. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Give me your arm. My arm is up, bro. Your dog ripped my eye out, bro. Bro, your dog ripped my eye out, bro.
Brad, call for EMS.
Oh my God. Bro, your dog ripped my eye out, bro. Your dog ripped my eye out.
Thank you, Raul. The images and the sounds are difficult to see, and they're difficult to hear. It's unimaginable to me to be on the other end of a canine bite. A bite that some experts have described or likened to that of a shark bite. Other experts have likened it to being bitten by a shark. Other experts have likened it to being shot. We know that we've heard here tonight and seen by way of GPD's presentation, the majority of the individuals who suffer by way of this type of apprehension are African American males. And unfortunately, that is a national trend. It's not new. It's old. I had the opportunity to show you some video footage that was available from both a few national incidences and local, but there was also a very disturbing incident here locally with a 10-year-old boy who was riding his bicycle in his own neighborhood when we responded to a call for help. And a police dog was dispatched on a 10-year-old little black boy who got off of his bike and ran towards the safety of his mother, but who was caught at the doorstep and whose leg was bitten into, and who's traumatized and afraid to this day of dogs. There are instances across this country of individuals who have encountered canines in disastrous ways. In Minnesota in June 2017, a police dog ripped away at least a third of the scalp of a homeless man who was asleep under a tree. In Lafayette, a police dog bit into a man's neck for 30 seconds, ripping into his trachea and cutting his artery. We've seen what happened here in Gainesville in June of 2022, when a police dog bit into the face of Terrell Bradley, causing him to lose his eye. Police dog bites have even on rare occasion killed people, including in Alabama, where a man died of a ruptured artery in his thigh after a police dog bite in July of 2018. Most bite victims are men, and studies suggest that in some places they have been disproportionately Black. Once again, we've heard that here locally. We've seen on the video that police officers sometimes cannot control the dogs, worsening injuries. Even when dogs are trained to release their bites with a verbal command, they sometimes simply don't let go. And then there is little accountability or compensation for bite victims. Excessive force lawsuits over dog bites are very difficult to win. Police officers are often shielded from liability, and federal civil rights laws don't typically cover bystanders who are bitten by mistake. Police dog bites inflict debilitating, disabling, destructive injuries, causing physical, mental, and emotional scars of victims, sometimes death, and trauma on entire communities. Now, I want to be clear. I want the officers in the Gainesville Police Department to be able to safely do your jobs. But much like the mayor has already stated tonight, I believe it is important for us to consider the alternatives. The stakes are high. It is important that in our quest to provide public safety, we do that as best we can. We heard tonight in the Gainesville Police Department presentation, with regard specifically to the Terrell Bradley case, that policies were followed. Our internal laws were followed. You'll hear that in many police departments throughout this country. And that's true. But just because it's legal doesn't make it right. And so there needs to be a very serious evaluation and analysis of what our internal policies allow. You don't have to be fleeing to have this kind of negative experience. And this is an experience that I personally don't want anyone else to have. And so I say to my colleagues, thank you for your presence at this meeting tonight, where we can hopefully have a very robust conversation about how we can police our neighbors in the safest way, in the way that is fairest. It is not lost on me how dogs have been used over many, many years in the communities of African Americans. It is not lost on me how dogs were used to apprehend those who were enslaved. It is not lost on me how, coming down through the civil rights movement, dogs were used against those who marched peacefully. It is not lost on me how dogs have been used recently in peaceful protests. And so I say tonight, is this the way that we want to continue to police? Where is the balance? How do we provide safety for our officers, but also safety for the citizens of Gainesville? There are municipal governments throughout this country who are rethinking their K-9 units. I heard the chief mention, I can't remember the number that he stated. I believe it was every city in Gainesville or somewhere or in the state of Florida has a K-9 unit. That may be so. But throughout this country, municipal governments are reconsidering how K-9s are used in the apprehension of neighbors. And I believe that's what we need to do. We have seen too much destruction, too much devastation, and too much trauma not to reimagine it. And so I'd like to now open this portion of this conversation up to my colleagues for a discussion about how we may consider moving forward in a new way, in a new age, putting our citizens' safety first.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I'm going to first take public comment because we have a lot of people show up today. I want to be respectful of their time.
Thank you.
And also, we do not have Commissioner Chestnut with us, so I think any conversation in her absence would be a mistake. So, Madam Clerk, I'm going to turn it over to you. Again, we do have Adam on the line, and so we'll alternate between people who are waiting on the phones and people who have filled out a form. Madam Clerk, about how many people do you have signed up? About 30? Okay, okay, that sounds good. So go ahead and we'll start with you, Madam Clerk.
Our speaker.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, if you'll pause for one moment. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to be sure that we all have an opportunity to hear everyone, could we schedule a quick recess in half an hour or so, just to have an opportunity so we don't miss people as we.
Sure. Yeah, I'll look for a natural breaking spot. Yeah, we'll
Very
take a
good.
recess in a
Thank
little
you.
bit here. Madam Clerk?
We'll have Sheila Payne, followed by Wayne Fields.
Hi,
Okay.
Sheila Payne, Alachua County
Pull the
Labor
microphone.
Coalition.
Ms. Payne, pull the microphone down. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think Commissioner Duncan Walker, gratitude that you called this. You stole all my words and thunder. But, so it's an op-ed that we wrote and other people are going to finish it. So we feel that the GPD has a troubled canine unit. And in response, GPD released a highly stylized video excusing away any inconsistencies between initial arrest report and final amended report. Procedures were followed. The video included character assassination of Mr. Bradley. I am on the police advisory board. This was a traffic stop. This wasn't a felonious thing. He wasn't robbing anyone. It was a traffic stop that went bad. Everything that happened after the initial contact with Bradley was rotten fruit of what Bradley's family and community still feels was a racially profiled arrest. No one who has seen the video thinks Mr. Bradley was repeatedly reaching under the seat of his car, nor is there body cam footage that substantiates that Bradley elbowed the officer. Officer Millman, who stopped him, was the one who was suspended because of his disgusting text where he laughed about the eye hanging out. Big fanfare when Ranger, a dog known by his handler, and other officers as eager to indiscriminately bite anyone, including his handler, was suspended. Ranger is now being reinstated after further training. You cannot retrain that level of aggression where it took 2 officers and a breaker bar to get the dog to release after he had taken out Mr. Bradley's eye and caused extensive nerve damage to his arm. Police dogs should be under voice control as GPD expects suspects to be. GPD's canine manual says canine use is authorized to track for any felony which involves the use or threat of physical force. Canine officers should only be used when necessary and will utilize all reasonable means to effect apprehension without incurring a bite. This, again, was the initial traffic stop, and then the smell of marijuana. GPD is proud that only 11% of canine use results in a bite. If officers shot someone 11% of the time they are called out, those officers would not be on the force. 2 officers were suspended because of taking photos of Mr. Bradley's injuries and passing them around. All 5 officers who passed around the photos rather than enter them into evidence as required lied and did not have the gumption to admit to GPD during the investigation they passed them around, then erased the photos from their phone. As stated by one, the group believed that if they submitted the photo...
Thank you, Ms. Payne. I'm afraid your time has expired. I appreciate it very much.
Okay,
And
thanks.
before we go over to you, Adam, Mr. Attorney, you had a comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just briefly, I would respectfully like to just call the attention to the fact that while we are certainly here, I think the impetus is undeniably the recent apprehension of Mr. Bradley and the events surrounding it, and that was part of the police department's presentation and the other information we've shared here. There is a current notice of claim pending and litigation pending, will be pending, related to that matter. So the extent to which the police department or the city officials would be able to respond to the specific facts of that case really are quite limited. The discussion of the policy, however, is obviously very important. And but as to the specific facts of that incident, it might be very difficult for there to have much in the way of meaningful conversation. Again, not to in any way seek to limit the discussion of very important policy considerations.
Okay, thank you. Adam?
Yes, sir. We have one person on the line right now. It is Jean Straw. I apologize if I've mispronounced your name, Jean. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Well,
Yes,
I'd like to say that, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. I'd like to make a comment. Thank you, County Commissioners, for hearing me. What I'd like to say is that I believe that that the canine shouldn't be used as much as they're used, because I feel like the police need more training in levels of force, because you have unarmed, you have verbal persuasion, you have mace, you have unarmed self-defense, you have your canine, and then your weapon. You know, the canine is the last thing before your weapon, so that's one of the most dangerous things to utilize. But I really feel like the police need more training in levels of force. And if you can't verbally persuade, if you can't talk someone down to the ground, you shouldn't even be in law enforcement, really. And that's how I feel about it. The canine was really unnecessarily used. There's other ways to handle situations besides killing somebody with a dog. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And folks, if you're calling in, turn your TV or computer off that you're watching. There is a delay, and so when you get recognized to speak on the phones, just turn that volume off, and you'll be able to sort of hear in real time. All right, Madam Clerk, back to you.
Speaker is Wayne Fields, followed by Kimber Tong.
Good evening to you all on the commission. This is a very serious situation. My name is Wayne Fields. I am a lifelong resident of East Gainesville and a member of an organization called Azalea Trails. And let me please say that in watching these videos and watching the response of the people who are here tonight, this is a very serious matter. And I hope the decisions that you all make and how to move forward is really taken serious as well. Detective Saslow said that a dog reacts to the senses, to his trainer, to his handler. And I would hope that what happened to Terrell Bradley was not intentional. Unfortunately, it looked as though, because the handlers did not have their guns drawn, but the dog had his teeth bared. So that means that he was attacking. My question is couldn't the dog be kept with a muzzle on, and that be a requirement, and that what took place could have been avoided by way of the dog having the muzzle on and only being used to smell, to find the victim, because that's what he ended up being. I am here to offer some hopeful answers, some resolutions, some suggestions of requiring that the handlers be dealt with. Not the dog, because the dog is reacting to how he is trained. Saslow said that. Second, most people that I know, when you are involved in a traffic stop, if an officer comes up with his gun drawn and he flips off his holster and provides you to see his gun, that's very fearful. That scares you. What we need is a training with the hopes that people will know how to react, how to respond, how they should cooperate with police officers. 3 years ago, I participated in a recruitment process to attract police officers here. And we felt that we did a very good job going to police academies, going to other police departments all across the country. And we still maintain that website today.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. I appreciate your comments and for being with us tonight. Yeah, you're over your time. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next speaker is Kimber, is it Tough? Followed by Brian Taylor.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Kimber. Thank you for having this meeting tonight. I especially thank Commissioner Duncan Walker for the presentation. It's nice to finally see both sides being able to have space to present on such topic, seeing as the police have all of the lobbying power behind them. I come here basically just to say that you should really question anything that the police are presenting to you as a review when they're hiring themselves to review them. V2 Global, if you look at their whole staff, it's former cops that are just reviewing cops. And some of the presentations tonight from the person over Zoom was very concerning to me, just as vicarious trauma sharing that was unnecessary. All he highlighted basically was that cops or cop dogs or canine dogs are wise enough to know to not attack a dead body. That's irrelevant to what we're talking about today. These people need to not be dead, and we need to be protecting our community. And cop dogs, deciphering that is not relevant to us using them or not. I do want to say that Mayor Poe, you did suggest like coming up with creative solutions. I would warn you of highlighting the police and creating those. I think that you need to look outside of the police department for these creative ideas. We're definitely in a moment in which we can create solutions that are helpful and not harmful. Just because, as Commissioner Duncan Walker said, just because it's legal doesn't mean it's right. We have to challenge the laws constantly. The policing comes out of slavery. Literally, its foundation is rooted in catching slaves. And so why are we still representing that today in 2022? I do want to say that some of you are out. You know you're not going to be on the commission soon. This is a moment to act when the community is fully here asking you to, and not be influenced in maybe whatever happens behind closed doors of the commission. It's time to actually represent us. We are here demanding it, and we would like you to remove and dismantle entirely the K-9 unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Y'all, I'll take the blame for that one. I forgot to remind us when we went to public comment, but we do not allow cheers or jeers in the chambers. We want everyone to feel like they're welcome to speak their mind without any fear of intimidation. And so we just want to respectfully listen to every speaker and then invite the next person up. All right? Thanks. Go ahead. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Bryn Taylor. So the K-9 unit size continues to grow, as we saw in the cop presentation, but the shootings continue to go up in Gainesville. We've had just one the other week. So I think we really need to consider what is our actual priorities in our community, because is safety really GPD's priority? They don't seem to think so. At least they don't show it anyway. Terrell Bradley was a peaceful citizen of the community, and he was attacked brutally by a GPD dog. They had the man's wallet. I don't want to hear that the dogs are for de-escalation, because he had an eye and then he didn't. And what would have actually happened if they hadn't stopped him that night? He would have gone home, and that would have been the end of the night. But instead, because GPD intruded on his life, he now doesn't have an eye, and now we all have to be here fighting to protect our community in the wake of that incident. So GPD isn't equipped to handle these dogs. It's pretty obvious. They're trained poorly, and they're so scared that they feel forced to attack all the time. 11% bite rate is not acceptable at all. Why are people forced to pay for a system that actively harms us? I have to pay for dogs to be trained to hurt my neighbors. They claim they have policies to protect citizens, but this keeps happening over and over again. And I have not personally seen any good come of it. I have never, ever been in any kind of benefit because GPD has dogs. So what else could we do with that money? I think we need to think about what if we could do with that money if we didn't use it on dogs. We could have actual community services that target the actual root of violence in our community, which is houselessness, food insecurity, poor access to medical care. But instead of investing in those initiatives, we are giving money to cops to sick dogs on people and tear them apart. So yeah, absolutely, yes, we should abolish the K-9 unit, 100%. It's only ever harmed our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Nico Siegel Wright, followed by Oscar Santiago Perez.
Hi, my name is Nico. First of all, I would just want to say that, as we heard, the majority of these dog bites affect African American and Black folk, and that's not who I see represented on the City Commission for the most part. And so I think we all just need to recognize that this system isn't set up to push something like this through when we really need better representation, and I don't think we have the right decision makers currently present. I also just want to say that as far as I'm concerned, the presentation that GPD gave is a bunch of baloney. I think the presentation said a lot about how dogs are used to apprehend people, and it said nothing about how the dogs keep us safe. Those are two very, very different things. I think the incident with Terrell Bradley speaks volumes because we see that he has all kinds of charges, but at the end of the day, he was trying to go home. There's no evidence that he was posing any threat to anybody. And I see this constantly. If you are familiar with people's criminal cases, you can look them up on our clerk website, and they all of a sudden look a lot scarier than they really are because we tack on all of these charges, and it's really hard to see the story behind what actually happened. And I think that says a lot when we have the police listing all of these crimes that people are charged with. It really doesn't tell us the story of what was really happening and whether these dogs were necessary at all. As far as public safety, I think we should just think about the fact that these dogs are being used to do things like sniff out drugs, and yet our drug rehab facilities around here are constantly at capacity. They might be called into a domestic violence situation, and our local domestic violence shelter is constantly having to turn people away because they're not well funded. I think these kind of things are just very ironic and very unfortunate. We could be doing much better things with the money, and I think we've seen that these dogs are really harmful, and so I am in favor of dismantling the K-9 unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Oscar Santiago Perez, followed by Evelyn Fox.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Santiago Perez. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really gonna stand up here and really be eager to speak about this, but after seeing the presentation that Commissioner Duncan Walker has given, honestly, it gave me the energy I needed. I commend the Commissioner for bringing to light the issues that K-9 units pose to our communities. Canines are difficult to control. I definitely want to echo the sentiments that the Commissioner made in regards to the racial disparities in the bite ratios in in regard to African American individuals. There's a long history that dates back to the time of slavery, which the Commissioner already mentioned, of using dogs to apprehend and subdue African Americans. And unfortunately, that trend seems to be alive and well in the 21st century. Police brutality is already a major issue in this country, and that is still true here in the city. And just because we follow internal procedures, that doesn't mean it's okay. Just because it's legal, that doesn't mean that it is okay. We are allowed to review what is legal and change it. The city needs to do better. The city needs to get rid of its usage of K-9 units and look to alternatives. Albeit, these alternatives cannot come from a police perspective, as another public commenter already mentioned, because I don't believe that the police really have the public safety in mind. They're just out there for themselves. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Evelyn Fox, followed by Mikkel Mazgalari.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners.
Ms. Manager. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to have an open conversation about the problem we're having with the K-9 unit. I had an opportunity to see the video, thanks to our chief and Ms. Kearney, and I wasn't able to sleep for 3 nights. I was horrified to see that actually happened to a human being. I thought about it and I did some research on how the police department was started. I think Chief Jones, probably 5 or 6 years ago, showed us a history of the police department. It was formed to apprehend enslaved people. And here we are in 2022, and we have taken it to another level. We have dogs, canines, that would literally eat a person's eye out. I spoke with a commissioner or two about the canine, and I suggested that we need to find a different method, perhaps a less violent dogs. I don't think any human being should have to go through what Mr. Terrell went through. It is so inhumane. I appreciate the police and things that they do, but this is taking it just a bit far for us. We're supposed to be an aggressive city. That's what you all say. Gainesville is aggressive. Regardless to the other counties and cities in the state of Florida, let us be the first to change the policy when it comes to that type of dog. So on behalf of the NAACP, we're asking you to come up with another method and perhaps another kind of dog, but we don't need a dog like that attacking our neighbors in Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Madam Clerk.
Michael Maslagari, followed by Shanae Jackson.
Michael Malzagani. Sorry. Hi, I've been a community member since 1995. I went to high school here. I went to UF. I've got a Santa Fe. Graduated from UF with a computer science degree and a computer engineering degree. So I've seen a lot of things come and go in Gainesville. This incident with Terrell Bradley was definitely an unfortunate incident, and it resulted in a tragic situation with his eye being lost. I reviewed the body cam video. I personally did not see anything done incorrectly based on police policy or procedure. It's my opinion that the result from that day was based on Mr. Terrell's actions and his decisions that he made. Actually, it was a series of decisions that were made, including being in possession of a stolen firearm, which nobody seems to remember here, that he was in such a possession and that it was loaded. It's my opinion that getting rid of the Gainesville Police Department K-9 unit is not a good idea, and for multiple reasons. First of all, a lot of the people that come up here and speak, they speak from a point of ignorance because they haven't.
Yeah, and let's just try to be respectful to everybody. Appreciate it.
That's not disrespectful. That's an observation.
I think we can be more
May
respectful.
I have my time back, please? May I have my time back, please?
Let's just try to be respectful to everybody.
Because they're interrupting my freedom of
Please
speech
continue.
at this point.
Please continue.
May I have additional time back, please?
Please continue. Please continue.
Okay, so also the improper historical use of canines has no bearing on our current situation. What the canines were used for in slave catching times was terrible, horrible, and incorrigible, and that has nothing to do with why it's used today. I don't know why the crowd keeps interrupting me. Apparently, they don't respect freedom of speech. People are going to come up here and they're going to speak from a point of view where they've never risked their lives like our Gainesville canine officers do to apprehend very dangerous subjects. People say that they see people get injured, the suspects get injured, which is not the intentional outcome. I don't believe that's the intentional outcome, at least, of our canine officers. And I believe that the intent is to capture a dangerous person who is free in the community and needs to be apprehended due to a victim contacting law enforcement officer and finding and reporting that a crime has occurred against them. Why aren't we talking about the victims? I think it was very irresponsible of Desmond Duncan Walker to air a video about these errant situations with the dogs, but she didn't air any video of people getting shot or murdered or being raped, which is what these dogs are used to track for.
Okay, thank you.
So that was a very one-sided view. You're
Thank you
gonna
very
cut me
much.
off after.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody. We need everybody to be able to come up and speak. Now, what I will ask everybody to do is speak to the issue and not to individual people, and try to stay focused on the effectiveness. Ma'am, ma'am, I did. I intervened there. If you were paying attention to what I was trying to do, if we could speak to the issue and not to people. If we make this personal, this meeting is going to end more quickly than I think all of us want it to. And so let's just be respectful of one another, speak to the issue of the K-9 unit, and keep the personal side out of it. We're going to take one more speaker, and then we will take a brief recess. So for next, Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Keon Young.
Welcome.
Good evening. Before I get started on my remarks, I was wanting to speak to Ms. Walker, and I really want to thank you. Like, what you did was remarkable. Like, I honestly ain't never seen nothing like that before, at least from like a standing board member. To you really went head on with the issue, and like I hope you stay that way and you just continue to fight the way you fight, because at the end of the day, it's not very common. So I just want to say thank you. But on the topic at hand, it's just more like we all seen those videos, and it was just crazy how she showed it. Like, she literally showed it. So she showed all these other places when it happened of these things happening in other places. Everybody faced the police officers, all y'all faces here dropped. Everybody was looking crazy, like, dang, like that's messed up. And then when she showed the video of Gainesville, it's the exact same thing. So we all know that's a problem. Like, everybody know that's a problem. If you sit here and say that's not a problem, then you are a part of the problem. And I also kind of just the way things work is just, that's our problem. So she gave her she showed her video, she did her thing. When the police did theirs, you asked questions, you was engaged, everybody was worried, oh, let's do this, let's do that. But then when she did hers, you were like, oh, let's go to public comment, let's move on. It's just crazy to me, like, it's just sad to me that y'all put on this face like y'all these progressive people, like y'all coming to change and y'all coming to do this. Y'all worse than Republicans. Like, seriously, bro. Y'all come in, y'all.
Again, if we cannot make it
y'all
personal, let's
come
stick to the
in.
issue.
I didn't feel interrupted. Y'all come in, y'all do these things worse. Like, y'all try to act like y'all on our side. Oh, let's kumbaya, let's do this, let's da 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 da. But when it's time to make a change, y'all are the main proponents and the main people in the way of the change, bro. So just like, honestly, sit back, think about if you are a part of the problem. Think about if you are sitting and allowing things to go on and just being a part of the problem. Like, and quite honestly, I just feel like most of y'all, that's what y'all do. So that's just something for y'all to think about.
Thank you. We'll be in recess until 7:15. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Madam Clerk, if you please call our next speaker.
Larry Seal, followed by Mike Pruitt.
We can still. Hello, welcome.
Larry Seal. I really wasn't going to say a whole lot tonight, but after watching the presentation, I do have experience as a K-9 handler with the police department, prior experience. And my observation on the presentation by Commissioner Duncan was the two dogs that she showed in that video were not police dogs from the Gainesville Police Department. And if they were, those dogs would not be allowed to work the street. And I think what's missing here, and I didn't hear it in the police department's presentation, is the amount of training hours that these dogs go through to be trained. And with that said, they also have to pass a state certification process or a certification process to even work the road. So there's tools out there that these officers are given to utilize. Spray, their baton, canine. There's a whole host of things they use. Their firearms. Thank God we don't have to use that very often. But the reality is, and in today's environment, police officers are under attack. And from a citizen perspective, as a citizen is a victim of a crime, what do you want your police department to do? You guys know that there's a major crime problem in this city. You know the police department is well understaffed. And my question to anybody is, what are we doing about that? What happened to Mr. Bradley? Absolutely horrific. I get it. Nobody's here trying to justify his injury. Nobody. Nobody wants to see that happen. Not any good police officer would want to see that happen. But when you show videos that taint the well, and I say taint the well, it gives a presentation that police dogs are out of control. And it's not fair. It's not fair to this police department. It's not fair to all the other police departments that have K-9 units that put a lot of time and effort in them. There's bad city commissioners, there's bad doctors, there's bad nurses, and yeah, there's bad cops, right? We know that. There's bad people. Let's talk about those people. The police department and crime is an ugly business, and police officers are charged with the responsibility of taking them into custody. State attorney's office is to prosecute them. The jail's to hold them, right? That's all there is to this. It's a process. And you guys, everybody here has not been on the scene of a crime where you have a woman who's been raped, and the only alternative is to find that suspect is with that dog. Cops can't track. We don't have the senses of a dog. You guys have gotten rid of the bike unit, the helicopter unit. Oh, well, there's a helicopter. We could use it, but we don't have it. So if you want to tell rape victims and other people that we've gotten rid of police dogs and we don't have a way of finding your criminal, even in domestic violence cases. These are all big cases. You guys are charged with that responsibility.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, next speaker, please.
Mike Pruitt, followed by Fareed Johnson.
Hello, I first started my police career in 1966 in Ocala under Casey Alvarez. My first real job as a rookie was to take a pair of binoculars out to Ocala National Forest and see if I could find buzzards. A child had been missing for over 3 days from Lake Kier. Bloodhounds were dispatched from Florida State Prison. They found that child within 20 minutes. I'm not going to go through all the apprehensions. I used to work on the northeast side of Gainesville for 12 years as a canine officer. I did not have the first bite with my dog, over 50 apprehensions. I was called to Mount Carmel Church at 12:30 at night by Lieutenant Cowart to find a child that was lost after Sunday school. My dog didn't care whether she was black, white, or purple. He went out there and he found the child, and I brought her back and gave her to her parents. I did not have the first bite while I was on the northeast side of Gainesville. The only bite my dog made in my entire career was when a suspect came out and shot at perimeter office. My dog attacked his gun hand, wrestled the gun, and the guy pulled another gun out of his pocket and shot my dog point blank in the chest. Then he came up to me, I was about 8 feet away, and pointed a gun at me, and before he could fire, my dog charged him again, and he again shot my dog. People, there's some bad people out here. My dog was my partner, and I had 3 other dogs after that. I assisted University Police Department finding a child that ran out into Lake Alice, screaming and hollering. Got dark. Nobody could find him. Myself and my dog and the University Police officer followed him out. He lost his shoes. And the little boy lost all his clothes except for his T-shirt because that muck was sucking it off. And then all he could think about, because he was from New York, y'all sure have big ducks here. Look at all these duck traps. I said, those aren't ducks. Those are alligators. In another half an hour, I'd have brought my dog in because there's red eyes all over Lake Alice. I'm just saying that these dogs do more things than catch people. I lost a finger, but I didn't cut my arm off. Okay, that's basically what I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Fareed Johnson, followed by Angela Castile.
Good evening, everyone. I've been a member of the Police Advisory Council for some 5 years now. And for those 5 years, I've learned a lot about the police department and the workings of it. And one of the things that I realized is that, or that I've learned is that law enforcement is at a very crucial point right now. For the last 5 years, Gainesville Police Department has closed with at least 15 vacancies. Historically and national trends right now show us that those vacancies are not going to be filled. What I ask is that, Madam Manager and Chief Scott, that you all dedicate a portion of those vacancies to fighting violence crime. To fighting violent crime. Unfortunately, violent crime gives an unbalanced foundation to what a lot of people view as over-policing. There are alternatives out there that we could be using here in Gainesville to address the violent crime. Our crime rate right now in Gainesville is above both the state and national averages. You got the Violent Interrupter program. We're hurting for mentors. There's men and women in this community that want to get out and be mentors to the young people that we have. So I ask that you all commit those positions to funding programs that will involve the community in fighting violent crime.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Angela Castile, followed by Collie Blount.
Angela Castile. Why are most of the bites in Gainesville, if we want to be different, why are most of the bites, estimated 98%, black men? Why do I see at least 2 cops, at most 2 cops, on a white person for a traffic stop, but between 3 and 10 for a black man? I've seen it with my own eyes. How can you say that they followed protocol when this canine was not properly trained? In my opinion, it couldn't be called off. They didn't even attempt to try and call the dog off from what I saw in that video. What I saw was they used a breaker bar to take that dog off, and it still tried to bite another officer. Where in the original video did Mr. Bradley try and reach under the seat for a gun or whatever it was? I don't believe it. They can say that it was a matter of different views. No, that cop was standing right there. We saw what we saw. Realistically, with that dog on him, would any one of you be able to comply with the pain that that man was going through? Absolutely not. That pain could have caused him to go into shock, medically speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Holly Blount, followed by Wendy Wood.
I am also disturbed by the percentages that were shown. 11%, 10 or 11% of bites per, over the total deployments of a dog. And this dog would not relent. If an officer had to show up and draw his or her gun and terribly had to actually use that gun, if they release their finger from the trigger and the gun keeps firing by itself, would you keep using that gun? That's that dog on the street. It is not under control. That dog's full predator instincts have been released. You don't put that genie back in the bottle. And as was said, policing is descended. One of the roots of American policing is people who caught enslaved runaways. So that attitude is still there. And, I didn't mention, I'm also on the Police Review Council, the Dunsel Police Review Council. The sailors in here will tell you what Dunsale means. The investigative report we read had a lot of the audio from the body cameras. And the officers were, some of them were virtually congratulatory to each other about what was done to this person, to this victim. And then they said, well, we're going to practice, got to keep in practice. And they were talking about training and practicing, and they said, out east, going to go out east. So this is their attitude. They take these dogs, and the east is the happy hunting ground, to go do sport with the dogs. This is a cancer. You've got to get this malignancy out. This whole department could become like this. You have the report of an officer who left that unit telling you about the toxic racist attitudes in the unit. And what does it take to wake us up? You know, a lot of people keep coming up and saying, well, what about the victim of the crime? And this person got robbed and this person got raped. There was no violent crime in this instance. In the films we saw, we don't know about any particular crime committed. All we see is a human being on the ground, attacked by a dog, out of control. It took, that dog would not release with verbal commands. It took multiple officers and a breaker bar to get him off. Those officers talked about that dog as one they themselves are nervous about. Why would you deploy a dog you're scared of yourself? You just want to see somebody chewed up. We've got to face what we're seeing.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Next speaker, please.
Wendy Wood, followed by Melissa Hawthorne.
Hello. I have to say that some of the people that made presentations here today were said to be unbiased, but you cannot be unbiased if you have been steeped in the culture of being a police officer for decades and open your own private firm to then investigate policies in different places. You cannot, that's not unbiased. That is the definition of biased. And there was a comment about there are 95 cities in Florida that have above 50,000 people and they all have canine units. That doesn't make it right. Let's be the one community that sees that this is wrong, that our citizens, our black citizens, are being attacked by dogs, disproportionately speaking. And we all know that white citizens commit just as many crimes as black citizens do. But we know that black citizens are gone after more violently than the white citizens. We need to change that. You know, I can go and drive around because I'm white and I'm not profiled. And a black citizen, you know, they do one, you know, they're pulled over just for driving while black. And that's not fair. So there was another comment about, well, if people don't, if they don't flee, you know, you'll be safe. But, you know, when you're scared, when a cop pulls up on you and you have seen that plenty of people have died, of course you're going to flee. You know, your instincts, they kick in. So the ideas about what are we going to do if we don't have canine units. The police in Chicago almost never deploy dogs for arrests and had only one incident from 2017 to 2019. Let's look at Chicago Police Department and see what they do instead. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't know if they have the right idea, but I mean, maybe we look at other places that don't have canines. So with the racist history of the canine units, they need to be gone. The injuries are unacceptable. When the dogs are trained, they can bite through metal when they're trained. People's skin are not metal. You know, we need to be looking out for people that, you know, are attacked by these dogs. We need to abolish the canine unit.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Melissa Hawthorne, followed by Nicole LaRock.
My name is Melissa Hawthorne. I'm with the Alachua County Labor Coalition, and I just want to make a quick remark that we have a copy of the internal affairs investigation that will be released on our website, if anyone wants to look into that. I want to talk about three things: need, technology, and impact. It is the year 2022. Do we really need canine units? Do we not have any other technology that can help apprehend fleeing suspects who need to be apprehended? I refuse to believe that there is not. We can put people on the moon, but we can't do this without canine units. Now, for the police, they've said in their report that it's fun, flashy, fancy, and exciting. But what about for the rest of us in this community and the impact that it has on all of us? I don't think we can ignore the community canine history and what happens when this history of canine violence and oppression through canine tools is intentionally and systematically ignored by our institutions despite community outcry and concern. Does it say that our desire to keep dogs for the sake of keeping dogs and business as usual is more important than anything the community can ever say or feel? Why do we need canine units when are there really no other alternatives? I cannot accept that there aren't in the year 2022. And with great power comes great responsibility. I would like to share my personal experience with what can happen when we hold on to these outdated institutions. I'm a school teacher. My high school is under jurisdiction of ASO. They also have canine units. I was told not to I got an email one day, said not to let any students out of my classroom. About 2 minutes later, ASO deputies came, had all of us file out of the classroom, line up against the wall. They brought in dogs. They searched everything. There was no reasonable suspicion or probable cause. I was told that it was a randomized search that happens every year. My students were traumatized. My belongings were searched as well. And ultimately, I believe that our institutions, our schools, are being used to facilitate and train canine units. And I don't think that's right. So that's just one example of these things that can happen. We talked about, someone mentioned police staffing and recruitment is really low. I wonder if recruitment would go up when police practices are perceived as being more fair and just. I don't believe GPD has justified a need to keep the canine unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Nicole LaRock, followed by Latoya M.
Hi, my name is Nicole. I'm also with the Alachua County Labor Coalition. I'm going to be continuing to read the op-ed that was shared by my co-member, Sheila Payne. So 2 officers were suspended because of taking photos of Mr. Bradley's injuries and passing them around. All 5 officers who passed around the photos rather than enter them into evidence as required lied and did not have the gumption to admit to GPD during the investigation that they had passed around, then erased the photos from their phone. As stated by one, the group believed that if they submitted the photo, it would be incriminating. Yet they expect a black man who told the police when they asked why he ran that he was afraid of getting killed to comply with others that seemed unreasonable. As one officer said when Bradley is screaming about the dog ripping his eye out, you shouldn't have run from the police. Bradley, I ain't doing anything wrong. People are getting killed by police. What the F do you mean I shouldn't be running? We also have the federal racial discrimination lawsuit against GPD and the city of Gainesville, filed by a 13-year black canine officer who alleges white officers casually used racial slurs within the canine units through multiple uses of the N-word. Ratliff said he overheard a white officer talking about those N-words on the east side. When you read text exchanges between 2 officers, including Officer Millman, the officer who initially stopped Bradley, it becomes clear that some GPD officers think it is fun to terrorize black men and women on the east side. Millman describes Bradley's condition as the nastiest thing ever. His eye was split open and just hanging outside of his face. Shot the other officer. I saw the pictures. Bravo. Millman, maybe if these stories get around, criminals will stop running from me. That would take the fun out of this job. Now that you're back, I'm going out east. Another Millman text. I'm driving out east right now. I'm still down to have some fun tonight. And on a scale of 1 to foot pursuit, how bad do you want to chase somebody today? LOL. Millman was the subject of 3 IA investigations this year. As with the dog ranger, no amount of retraining can rid a person of deep racism and subsequent racial profiling. Gainesville has a long history of police targeting of black people, including egging them from the back of a truck just for fun, which is how Millman and Schott explained their texting banter. From the history of dogs being used as bounty hunters to capture and maul escaped enslaved persons to the stark photos of dogs being turned on and attacking black civil rights protesters in the 1960s, to now when an officer releases his uncontrollable canine partner on a suspect, these scenes are egregiously the same and cannot be tolerated. The symbolism of using dogs as a weapon of terror against black people should be reason alone to eliminate the GPD canine unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Latoya M., followed by Aaron L.
All right, thank y'all for allowing me to have this opportunity. I was born and raised here in Gainesville, Florida. I went to Williams Elementary, and the cops would come through there, and we would shake their hands and hug them, and they would be our friends. I'm 45 years old. I'm not afraid of a cop at all. I've been all over the country. I met nasty cops. I met cops that's out of control, but it's your atmosphere that you carry. I have friends that when the cops pull them over, they start screaming. And what's the problem? Fear. Fear. I can't do or change what's going on in this room with the adults, but it starts with dealing with the children. The officers should have service where they go in, part of their jobs. Go in. Talk to the children. Let them touch you and see that you're human and you're just not a uniform. Let them touch you and see that the news portrays one thing, but we're another. I'm not saying that these cops ain't doing cherry picking. I've been cherry picked. I had a hat on. They thought I was a man. We went to court. The judge just missed 14 million, and I was the only black woman in there. I understand all of that. The solution. These dogs can have something around their neck if you're not going to dismember this canine thing, where you can shock the hell out of them, okay? And they will let go at the first command of that shock. I've seen it happen. They could put guards on those dogs' mouth. Number 2, they shouldn't be chasing somebody that's doing a random car stop thing. Why are you chasing them? You should be chasing a sniper, robber, okay? Or you should be chasing something that's real, a bank robbery or something like that. I've seen in Tampa where they will put a device in the car. Let the car sit there. They come back and get it. They can pick them up later. They got too many people to chase in Tampa. To be chasing these people to doing petty, because they got weed and marijuana. These people are running away. They don't want to go to jail. That's the problem. Okay, so we can figure out that solution. Put a thing around their neck, the dogs, if you're not going to dismember it, where it shocks them. I'm talking about literally dog fall on the ground. So, because the trainer can't control a beast. It's a predator. It's an animal from the woods or wherever it comes from. You can't control it. So, and the last thing I like to say is, excuse me, you make it a human if they turn around and kill that dog. So make it a human when that dog attacked this person, and say, hey, this dog don't understand time, so we're gonna put it to sleep, and then replace it with another dog. Y'all got dogs? Go get them at the pound. I'm just being real. I ain't trying to be nasty or say kill the dogs, but they got to pay just like the human. If you make them a human officer, they got to pay like the officer. There go your solutions. Put a guard in their mouth if you're gonna let them run after somebody to go say you tracking them because you can't smell them. Put a thing around their neck. So when I say, hey, stop, boom, he hit the ground. I ain't got to worry about him attacking me. Because some of your officers know if I let that dog go, I can say, hey, I tried to stop him, but it didn't work. But you know that you cherry picking. You going after the little end people, Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Aaron L., followed by Jamie Westfall.
Hey, good evening. I'm not going to take up too much time, but I just wanted to reiterate some of the points that were made in criticism of using dogs in policing. I think that I'm simply here to register my support for dismantling the K-9 unit, and the incident with Mr. Bradley was simply the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the harm that's done by police violence in the community. And that's pretty much all I had to say for tonight. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jamie Westfall, followed by Jordan Smolinski.
Hi, I want to thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker, for calling this meeting and for the presentation that you gave earlier. I think that it really called attention to just how unreliable and archaic the practice of using dogs in policing is. If there's even the slight possibility that dogs are going to attack a bystander or not let go on command, then why are we still using them? The presentation that was given by the police department earlier felt so dystopian to me. Like, do you really think that nothing should change? All policies were followed, and this is the result, a man losing an eye from a traffic stop. How is that okay? He was not found guilty of any crime, and he ran because he was rightly scared for his life. Is that really what keeping our community safe looks like? The actions of the officers in response to Terrell's horrific injury is deeply disturbing and reflects the culture of racism within our police department. It's unacceptable that this happened even just one time, so please, commissioners, consider discontinuing the K-9 unit. If you don't take this opportunity to take action now, then when this happens again, and that's when, not if, the blood will be on your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jordan Smolinski, followed by Mary Duncan.
Hi, I'm Jordan Smolinski. I didn't really have anything prepared, but I did want to thank the commissioner for her presentation, and I also wanted to thank the police department for for their presentation as well, because it had some interesting facts. I mean, I just wanted to point out, I mean, of course, you guys will probably have copies of the presentation, but when they listed all of the when they listed all of these people who'd been bitten by dogs, you can see like all of these like crimes that they were charged with included non-violent attempting to resist arrest, right? And then we see all these police officers or ex-police officers coming in and trying to say that these dogs are absolutely necessary because of all of the dangerous situations that they could be put in. But their presentation shows that that isn't even the case with their own usage of the dogs here in Gainesville. Yeah, I wanted to also lend my support for this resolution that we should disband the K-9 unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mary Duncan, followed by Leah Cohen.
Mary Duncan.
Leah Cohen. Matthew Magnibo. Thank you.
And it's Matthew Mogavero. Sorry, I had to, it's on my phone, I got to pull it real quick. So, good evening, everyone. My name's Matthew. I just want to point out a few things, starting with, and to crudely quote Dr. David Eagleman. If you're unaware of who he is, he's a neuro researcher and he's also a best-selling author. Something that he mentions in his book about the human brain is, well, what makes humans different from other animals? And what makes us different from other animals is that even though we all have instincts, us and other animals, we can choose which instincts we're going to act upon. And as we've seen with these dogs, or as we know about these canine units, is like they're not machines. You can't expect consistent outcomes from them. And you can't treat training and certification like it's some form of an input into a function that's going to give you definite results. It's an animal. So, which also makes me wonder, I heard this about, like, you know, dogs aren't just used to sick people and whatnot, it's also used to find missing persons. Are these the same dogs that are trained to attack people that are going to find missing persons? Isn't that kind of risky? I mean, we see what happens with these dogs. Also, something else I want to point out is like about like a private company doing a review of this situation. I mean, it should be a no-brainer, but historically, private companies performing internal reviews leads to decisions based off of dishonest practices. Yeah, or like private money. But if you look at the history of antitrust issues in our country that we have nationally, and you can see all the corrupt precedences that have been piling up since the 70s because we let all these corporations go and get these private reviewers that come in and just defend them. It's not open. We don't have something public doing that. Well, we try to, but the FTC, we all know it's like bottom. So that's the whole thing. But anyways, long story short, just wanted to present that perspective and say that I support disbanding the K-9 unit in Gainesville.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Next speaker, please.
Veronica Robledo, followed by Sharon Burney.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Gainesville Immigrant Neighbor Inclusion Steering Committee and in support of accountability for the incident. Part of the Gainesville Immigrant Neighbor Inclusion Initiative, or Ginny's mission, is to remove historical and current barriers our immigrant neighbors face, which hinder their access to safety and local resources. We've been working on several goals to overcome these inequities, including the goal of building a safe community for all. All these goals recognize the different realities faced by our neighbors, acknowledging the roles that race, culture, as well as citizenship and economic status play in both perception and treatment of community members. Although we've made some progress towards cultivating trust between immigrant communities and local governments, law enforcement, and community at large, the tragedy being discussed today is an example of how much further we have to go. In short, we cannot create a safe community for immigrants or for anyone if we're not working to create a safe community for our Black neighbors, including but not limited to Black immigrants. The internal communications between the officers involved in the police brutality inflicted upon a man who was mauled while being mocked by police officers highlights the anti-Black racism and bias still very alive within our local law enforcement agencies. This brutality is not new, as evidenced by recent local cases, such as that of Quindale Holmes in Gainesville earlier in 2022, as well as national cases, including the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, Ahmaud Arbery, Adam Toledo, and too many others. In the messages shared between officers in the case at hand, the officers did not only boast about the injuries inflicted by their police canine, they also talked about, quote, driving east and, quote, heading to 20th Ave to, quote, have some fun. As members of this community, we know that these are low-income, mostly Black and Latinx neighborhoods where officers brag about coming to, quote, have fun by targeting our already under-resourced and vulnerable neighbors. GPD's decision to lightly punish officers involved is unacceptable and does not provide enough accountability for the violence unleashed on or the racist attitudes in revealed communications. Research shows that K-9 units are often used by police to inflict undue terror and violence on communities of color, which is exactly what happened here, as was admitted through the officers' internal communication. We as a city need to stop denying and start dismantling racism and anti-Blackness within our institutions. The Ginny Group came together in response to the inappropriate and dangerous treatment of a domestic violence victim who lacked English proficiency. Since then, we've seen movement, but we cannot claim to welcome anyone in this community if we continue to use K-9 units and disparaging comments against Black neighbors with little to no consequence.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sharon Burney, followed by Alfredo Morales.
Greetings.
I want to start by saying that using the state of Florida as an example for anything is just utterly ridiculous when we know that slave patrols were created in Florida and they continue. They look really ripe in that video that we saw. I also want to say that we do know that white supremacy has navigated through black bodies since the transatlantic slave trade, and it continues to do so. I also want to talk about that it's important that we examine climate. Climate is something that came up a few times in these conversations. And just for the people in the back, I'm a rape survivor, so the tropes that are used to portray black people as just violent people is just ridiculous, because I can't co-stop the gaslighting that occurred earlier. Outside of the, let's look at the roots of this ongoing issue of racist policy, climate, and justice as a lack of policy creation, implementation, and the focus of this administration, both past and present. And so the definition of sanity is doing the same thing, expecting different results. So outside of performative rhetoric and intermittent DEIA slogans and appearances at BIPOC events, the rate at which the black community in Gainesville falls further behind their neighbors is alarming. So I was at a meeting in May when the current police chief told a horrifically racist, trope-laden tale of two cities, one of Midtown and one of the east side of Gainesville. And let me just remind you that it was all centered at racism. And I was disgusted at the biased lens that the black community was portrayed. So minus two commissioners who challenged the video and the report that was erroneous because they said it was a 1% increase in crime. And this was used to substantiate an increase in police over-policing and for budgetary uses, okay? I walked out of there so livid because I couldn't believe what I had just seen. You can't get rid of half of the black community and close all 5 clubs and not create a space where black people can congregate and have music and have fun without white lens, and then go, why are they make up a false narrative about why they're in the parking lots trying to have fun. You can't steamroll over their communities and not provide a living wage and they live in affordable housing and then say, why are they angry? Why are they upset? Why don't they have what they need? And everybody here has a role in that. You've destroyed this community. So the stats that was reported was that crime was down. So I knew we would end up where we are right here when that happened. That's why I was so upset when I left that day. It would end up in over-policing. And you can't deny the long-standing history of crime and violence and race and policing against the black community. And to feign ignorance is ridiculous today. They should be dismantled, and everybody responsible needs to slide that check across the table and take accountability and create policies that show elsewise.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, y'all. You've been awesome. Keep it up. Thank you.
Alfredo Morales, followed by Kai Christmas, and we do have a caller on the line.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker, for having this meeting. And thank you for all the informed community members who've spoken out against the K-9 unit, speaking for the abolishment of the K-9 unit. I'm going to repeat a lot of points that were already made. First of all, a 10% bite rate is awful. If you go out and you shoot 1 out of every 10 person that you try to arrest, you would be fired. 1 is too many. These animals are trained to be stressed out and to attack, and I think it's safe to say after watching these videos that nobody in this room feels safer having these, honestly, weapons of destruction being used against us. The only people that I think would feel safer with this are the police officers who, and I looked around, most of them were on their phone, not paying attention to the video, because they feel safe using these weapons against us, because it means that they don't have to do any of the work. They can just go out to these communities that are underserved, Black, Hispanic, and enact violence. And we know that the entire unit, the entire K-9 unit is okay with this. Nobody has stepped up and said anything except for 1 person who came out and suing the city because of the racism that they experienced in that K-9 unit. Nobody else is doing anything. It's not a case of one bad apple. This whole orchard is rotten to the core. We can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again. The United States has the highest incarceration rate in the world, and we don't have the lowest crime rate. This doesn't work. So instead of using all this money to basically fight these lawsuits that are going to keep happening if we keep the K-9 unit here, we should be investing that money into healthcare for the citizens of Gainesville, to fight the food apartheid that we have. There's places in this city that don't have access to fresh produce. that the only place they can get fresh produce is a Walmart. Meanwhile, there's like all the Publixes are on the west side of town. There's such, it's racist. There's this racist segregation happening in the city. Police officers use that to their advantage to then unleash these dogs onto community members because they feel they are protected by the city commission, by the police officers here, and there's plenty of uniformed police officers here that are going to speak out about, you know, why it's so dangerous and how they're here to protect and serve, but nobody's protected or served by having these dogs coming at you that the police officers themselves can't even control. So as it was brought up earlier, again, thank you, Duncan Walker, for bringing this up. It's up to the rest of the commission to decide what's going to happen next. Whether we want to be back here in a year or less than a year to talk about the same thing happening to somebody else, or whether we actually want to make progress and, you know, stick to the principles that we preach, that we at least say we believe in. So yeah, it's entirely up to you guys. Obviously, I can't vote on this issue, but I am for dismantling the K-9 unit. I believe most people here are for dismantling the K-9 unit, and all that. Also here to fire all the police officers that were involved in that, and then the K-9 unit too, because they should go. But all that money needs to go back to the community through healthcare, through food, through justice.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Yeah, work.
Appreciate it. Let's go to our caller, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Dijon Kane. Dijon, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. First of all, thank you, Commissioner Desmond Duncan, for taking your time to bring this issue to light in our community. My prayers go to the Bradley family. I believe that our city needs to figure out a way to deal with these type of situations. We have commissioners that are leaving. We have some that are staying, and they need to have an open heart and an open ear. I'm listening to the community saying what they need and what we need to do. It is ridiculous, and I just believe that it starts with the leadership. And so, you know, with our chief currently right now, I think we need to look all the way from the chief all the way down. And, you know, people are only as great as their leaders. So while we have this issue going on, we need to look at the process in which the chief was brought on, and we need to do a due process for, you know, everyone. And I think that's just fair. And that's one of the things that we're missing in our community. We're not doing things always fair. It wasn't fair that Terrell Bradley had his eye taken out. It wasn't fair how his family endured those pains. Yes, the police department did their thing and they found all this stuff, but at the same time, we have to have compassion. And I think we've lost that. And Chief Scott, we need to get that back. You're the leader. And so how do you handle those situations, being the leader of the Gainesville Police Department, that the city entrusts you to make the right decisions for our citizens? So thank you for your time. And we got to get this right. City Commission, we got to get it right immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
High Christmas, followed by Shanae Jackson.
Hello, my name is Kai. I have been living in Gainesville for my entire life. And I was not planning on speaking, but I feel that I have to. Gosh, there's so many things I want to say. To anyone who has seen those videos and have said that these police and these dogs followed every protocol and that nothing was wrong, do you think that those injuries were okay? How can you say that nothing was wrong? I just don't get that. Yeah. To anybody who votes to not abolish or dismantle this K-9 unit, I would love to see you to try to justify that vote to anybody who's been harmed by a police dog, because that's unacceptable. Yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shanae Jackson, followed by Armando Grundy Gomez.
As they stated, Shanae Jackson, but we all know that. We also know I don't care about your 3 minutes, so I'm gonna speak as quickly as I possibly can. So one of the things that you all witnessed when I first got here is my level of anger and my level of frustration and disregard for the citizens in this community. What the officers did by filling up this gallery was purposeful. It's the stuff that they do all the time in order to minimize our voice. I wanna highlight that the people that got up here tonight and spoke are the experts, not because we're the experts in the community, because we're actually the experts that do the work and do the research that you all refuse to do. And I want to make sure I state that before I say the rest of my actual comments. When I state that, I'm going to give you my resume. I'm the deputy organizing director for the entire state of Florida for the work that I do. I'm the Theory of Change organizing director for here in Alachua County. I'm a research fellow for University of Pennsylvania. I co-authored a peer-reviewed research project on inclusive community building. I'm also a co-PI for a Spencer Foundation grant, which is one of the best ones in the nation, and I have a collaboration with Florida Atlantic University. And the reason I want to state that is because I'm always blatantly ignored like so many people, because I'm not a yes person, because I know what happens to the people in my community that are subjected to this. There actually is an acronym to talk about research, because you never heard GPD give you research, and it's called CRAP. It talks about the currency, the relevance, the authority, the accuracy, and the purpose of information. And I want to highlight that because for somebody to give a presentation about a police dog that was killed in 1986, and we have 12 people that were mauled by police dogs in 2022, and when I say the 12 black people, we make up 20% of the population. In order to account for us in the population, 46 white people would need to be mauled by police dogs to say that it's not racist. It's disgusting. Christy Lopez, a law professor who investigated police departments in her role with the U.S. Department of Justice under Barack Obama, stated, "Canine officers' cutesy public image mask a broken system that is beyond repair. They are grossly disproportionately used against black people of color, inflict gruesome lifelong injuries, and often attack people who have committed minor crimes." What they did not tell you, which it's so ridiculous because I have respect for Kat McCurdy, who's just doing her job. But they did not tell you of the 122 that the dogs were deployed on, how many were youth? Of the 12 that were deployed, how many were youth? Because I happen to know they have a regular practice of actually sticking dogs on children. They didn't talk about the nonviolent crimes. They didn't talk about that black people are only the number of the population. They didn't talk about the severity of bites and how many people are hospitalized and have lost legs right here in this county. She gave us a number of about 83,000 times that calls were made, and then even with the dogs being deployed 122 times, why are we not talking about the cost of the program? The cost of this unit versus the benefit does not justify it. They told you that they could be used for searching missing persons. They gave you one example of Christian Aguilar. But what about Jasmine Robinson and Omar Gibson, people that I've helped to try to get them to actually utilize their dogs in order to find them and never did?
Thank you, Ms.
They
Jackson.
didn't tell you about Raphael
Ms. Jackson, your time has
who nearly
expired.
lost his life. Just because
Okay,
it was
we're going to be in
legal, it
recess
doesn't
until
make it right.
8:15.
I don't care about your meeting.
Yeah, we're in recess. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're gonna call back to order and invite our next speaker up. So if y'all could find a seat. Second. Okay, thank you all. Appreciate it. And Madam Clerk, if you please invite our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Armando Grundy Gomez, followed by Ian Dinkler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to take a little bit different approach. I want to take a step back. We got folks fired up and folks are in emotions. I get it, right? We are. I want to reframe something. I don't like when we have this group thing, right? We want to point and say, and this is bad and that's good. GPD bad, this is good. Attitude reflects leadership many times. And I want to be very crystal clear. And if there's anybody that wants to talk about anti-blackness, I know what anti-blackness is all about. And I see it. And you know where it always starts at? It doesn't start with the department that we're talking about. It starts with the leadership that funds it. You want to know what's in the budget and what people value, you look in the city budget. The people that control the city budget are straight ahead, not back here. And we want to talk about, well, it's dogs. We want to talk about it's GPD. I've been a black man for 43 years. I know what it's like. I got people that look like me, that don't act like me. You think just because they look like you, they're for us. We have people that have been on this dais or formerly on this dais that we're not even talking about black people. We'll talk about bringing people from out of countries and getting money, but black people that live here, we're a forgotten afterthought. People getting shot and killed like it's a Blue Center. We got people on May 5th, which Ms. Burney referred to. We remember that day when you all had a failed alcohol container ordinance and you attempted to portray, when GPD told you last year that we shouldn't do it, you attempted to say it was one demographic of people for the increase in crime. Luckily, Commissioner Santos, who's not here tonight, said, that doesn't make sense. And the only black face up there was Commissioner Duncan Walker saying, so let me understand this, Mr. Interim Police Chief at the time. You want to blame an entire demographic of people coming from Miami, passing Orlando, passing Daytona, passing whatever, to come here to drink. Stop the madness. My other problem that I want to talk to you all about is it always starts up with you all. At the end of the day, you all were not having conversations about black people killing each other. Stop it. You were not. Thank you, and I know the mayor-elect did second the motion to have this meeting. What I want to ask you all is, when a woman, a senior citizen, was beat at Cone Park, and it took 2.5 hours for GPT to respond, we blamed the victims and said we want to teach black people how to call 911. My question to you all is, when do we start holding people accountable? You talk about transparency and inclusiveness, Jenny this and Jenny that, and we care about black people. Some of y'all just listen to the music and love that part of black people, but you don't like us when we can think for ourselves. I want to ask you, when are we going to hold the chief accountable for the leadership of wanting to teach black people how to call 911? We're pros at calling 911. Ask any of my neighbors. We don't need training on how to call. We need you to learn to get Figaro or whoever else to come out and actually patrol and do the area and not just want to sick dogs on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ian Dinkler, followed by Tristan Grunder. Ian, Tristan.
Good evening. I'm Tristan Grunder. I'm the Fraternal Order of Police President. I represent over 300 sworn law enforcement officers in Alachua County. 3 minutes just isn't going to be long enough. That's okay. We understand people's concerns. And we understand what you're saying about us, too. We hear you. And I hear the horrible things that you think that we are, and we understand that. But I can promise you one thing. When you call 911, your police department will still show up, and we will still be professional, and we will still protect you, as we always have, and we will continue to do so. Nobody who was suspended was on that K-9 unit. We've talked about everything here tonight, a whole wide range of things. Our K-9 unit did nothing wrong. This is an unfortunate accident that happened to Mr. Bradley's eye. We followed every procedure. Even an outside entity came in and looked at it, which is more than what a lot of police departments would have done. Our police department has and will continue to be forward-thinking and honest with the public. We have more of an open door policy than any other department in Alachua County. In fact, I used to work for one, and there was no open door policy there. You couldn't see the sheriff. That was not an option. I'm telling you, we are 40 vacancies at the Gainesville Police Department at this time. Get rid of the K-9 unit, next month we'll be at 50. Month after that, you'll be at 60. At what point do you not need a police department anymore?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Joe Castor, followed by Don Sareth.
Good morning. I'm here to speak as a citizen from the hood, not as a sergeant at the Gainesville Police Department. My question to the commission is, what do you want us to do as a police department? You've taken away a lot of our resources. You've taken away the helicopter. It was a resource to apprehend our suspects. You want to take away the dogs. Being an officer that's been involved in an officer-involved shooting, I do not want to take somebody's life, but that's my job. That's what I swore to. That's what some of y'all been at my oath of office. You're holding me accountable to do. I am about all people, and I appreciate everybody in here with the concerns. We're here to listen to you guys. How come we can't work together and make Gainesville a safer place? But we're all battling. We have all these opinions. I love you, Commissioner Walker. But that video, everybody's watching that throughout the city of Gainesville. How many people you think wants to be officers today? How are we supposed to recruit people? Being on a SWAT team, if there's a hostage situation right there, I'm willing to be on the front line, to go in there and take the bad guy, knowing that I am going to get it shot and killed. The resource, the dog, is a resource. We got to understand we're willing for that dog to get shot and killed. That's what that's for. We know that dog is going to apprehend. Dogs, it's a reactive tool. It's not proactive. We don't have a canine unit that's proactively going after white people, black people, Spanish people. I'm talking from experience, working the east side for the last 12 years, the west side, city of Gainesville, being a sergeant. I was promoted for a reason. I earned it. Please don't take away our resources. My family's in Palm Beach. They will be here this week to celebrate my promotion. And that's 2 days from now. Tomorrow I have, who knows? I could get a SWAT call out right now and my life is gone. I don't want to be paraded across the city. Come on, let's work together, please. Don't take away our resources. Let's change the policies. If that's what you guys want, let's work together. But a lot of people are sitting here, take away the police department, take away the dogs. But you've never, how many of y'all rode with a police officer knowing when that tone goes off, 10:33, I'm running towards a gunfire. That shooting that happened downtown, I was there. When the shooting happened out there and I had to take fire to stop that suspect, I was there. I'm the one that stopped from the citizens, from my police officers getting shot and killed. Because I'm willing to do that. How many people is willing to do that tonight? That's in this room. You want to dismantle this without thinking rationally.
Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Don Sareth, followed by Dr. Fields.
Hello, Commission. My name is Don Sareth. I probably have the longest longevity of being a K-9 officer with the Gainesville Police Department. I wrote the manual for the Gainesville Police Department, the first one they ever had. It's been since updated, but it's still, most of the work's there. It's just as effective then as it was now. I started in '76 with being a K-9 officer. I've heard a lot about officers or the dogs and dogs and officers. Both need to be trained a little bit better. If you have to question the training that your Gainesville Police Department has, you don't know that much about them. This is a very well-trained department. The dogs are very well trained. Do we have accidents a time or two? I'm not saying this incident was an accident. I'm saying yes. Most of the accidents that I've been involved in have, due to training, and most of them ended right where I sit down. That's where I usually got bit. But we know what it takes to train a dog. I never wanted a dog to see a bad experience for the first time on the road. I wanted them to see it in training, and we accomplished that. There's been lots of references here about racial history. We never had that. We didn't have it in '76. We haven't had it since. I'm still in the area. There might be, look, I understand. There's a lot of people out here that want to laugh at whoever's standing up here and talking. And
Okay, y'all, let's.
Where do you get your statistics?
Sir, direct your comments to the chair, please.
I'd like to see if anybody actually has statistics. There are places that I've seen.
Ma'am, no outbursts, please. No outbursts. No outbursts, please. Ma'am, please. No outbursts, please.
He did ask questions, but they're sitting here and always insult our intelligence.
Ms. Jackson, please, no outbursts. Sir, please continue.
Look, my boat, I've had 2 dogs that saved my life, or I wouldn't even be here telling you this now. 2 different incidents, 2 different weapons pointed at me. And if either one of them have failed, I wouldn't be here. It's important, and one of the things you're considering here is reducing a threat level. We go from officer presence to being the least amount of threat to deadly force. Canines are not deadly force. They are not deadly force. It's been shown, it's been proven time after time in federal court. You don't think defense attorneys have tried to? They have. They did not succeed. They're not deadly force. And if Mr. Bradley had just given up when he was supposed to,
Thank you, sir.
this wouldn't have happened against him.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay,
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please. Okay. Desmond?
Dr. Fields, followed by Kenya Ellis.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I want to just thank everybody just for coming out and also allowing me to speak on behalf of our office. My name is Dr. Florzel Fields. I'm actually the co-owner and founder of Zion and Company, which is a mediation arbitration firm here in Gainesville. Actually, the first black-owned mediation arbitration firm here in Gainesville. Right now, our office is actually rated the #1 black-owned mediation arbitration firm in the North Central Florida, throughout Jacksonville, Duval, all the way down to Ocala. So I'm here with my colleagues, Mr. Jamal Wall and Attorney Julian Hayes, which are also arbitrators and mediators. We talk about the issues. We are talking about some major issues, but we're not talking about problems and the solution. The solution is really looking at the avenue of how can we facilitate or put a program together to facilitate the conversation without this same thing that's actually going on, and actually giving, in a confidential setting, giving each party, the police department or the community in itself, and also the officers of the city, an opportunity to come up with some type of resolution in this situation. So right now, I would like to also introduce Mr. Julian Hayes, which is also a criminal defense attorney here in the state of Florida, that is located in Tampa and is also our head arbitrator, to actually speak on just trying to find, I guess, some alternatives here. Because we need to really start, I know it's some budgetary situation, but allocating the funds in placing mediators or arbitrators, if that is a solution that we can do with the police department or even within the internal aspects of the city, to try to work out the conflict in itself. Mr. Hayes.
Thank you. And actually, sir, I'm the one that has the responsibility or burden of running the meeting. So we will call him when his name has come up. But
Okay, well,
he
I'll
will
tell you
certainly
like
have his opportunity to speak. But we appreciate you being with us today,
Well,
Madam Clerk.
Well, I actually have about 30 seconds left, so
Go ahead.
I'll tell you like this.
Please.
With that being said, and I greatly appreciate it, our professionals with other agencies throughout the state of Florida, there are programs that are already there. So it's not that we're trying to recreate the wheel. What we're trying to do is offer a solution of implementing the plan that's already put there. The city of Miami has a plan, a program. City of West Palm Beach, which I'm great friends with the city.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
So we can do that.
Very good.
All right. Thank you,
Madam Clerk.
Kenya Ellis, followed by Jose Perolino.
Hello. First of all, let me say that I have several family and friends who I love and respect as police officers, and some officers that I've met over the years who I've grown to love and respect as officers. But there are too many in this city that are racist and unprofessional, especially on the east side of Gainesville. Someone here said that we are speaking with ignorance. I'm speaking about the 5 black daughters that I have, my 3 black sons, and my 9 black grandchildren. I'm talking about the ones that may be riding down the road and get stopped by the police, who may be playing in the front yard, riding on bicycles, and the police may escalate a situation and have the police dogs. Those are the ones that I'm concerned about. These dogs that may think that there's a situation that's escalated by police who are racist and who misjudge the situation, and these dogs are not listening to their handlers. These dogs are supposed to be trained and obey commands from trainers. What happened to the many hours of trainings this dog had but didn't obey? Who controls them? Where's the accountability when the handlers lose control of the dogs? The officer stated that the dogs are also used to locate missing persons. What if the person is scared and the dogs misread the person and does not obey its handler's commands? When was the last time the K9 was used to find lost persons in or around Alachua County? We were told there are policies in place when K9s are used, and definitely pertaining to kids. Why are K9s being used with children? Why are 85% of blacks, why are they being used on blacks, 85%? I have been on scenes with rape victims, shooting victims, domestic violence victims, and myself have been victims of burglary in my home, my vehicles, crimes that were handled with police officers and dogs were not called in. Hire more officers instead of dogs if we're so short-staffed. We need the personal relationships with the officers. I think that a lot of the crime can be reduced if we have relationships with officers. This is our city. This is barbaric. This is inhumane, and it's derived from slavery. How can we trust and work with the officers if you're treating us like slaves and animals? And then this company, B2, they're saying that they did an investigation and they saw nothing wrong with the investigation that was going on. Clearly, there were protocols that was mishandled. The dogs were not called off. They did not obey some of the commands. When are you going to listen to the people? The people out here are not being able to trust the officers. That's why we're having a lot of problems. I'm a law-abiding citizen, but I can't trust you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Madam Clerk?
Jose Perolino, followed by, I think Jordan Smolinski already spoke, Remedy Ryan.
Good evening and thank you. When I came here today, I had some different opinions about what I expected to see. And as an immigrant to this country, as a brown person, as people refer to me, as someone who dedicated 20 years to law enforcement, and 5 of those years as a canine handler, I can tell you that I can share some experiences, and I know some people don't want to hear experiences, and I have noticed that oftentimes when the officers get up to speak, there's a lot of chuckling and laughing and sort of a disrespect about what the officers do. But if you want to see true diversity, look behind me. That's diversity. We have white, black, straight, gay, Hispanic. This is the respect. This is the respect that we're talking about. If we want to talk about respect.
If you just pause for a second,
Yes.
please. We don't need to heckle. We don't need to. Let's just listen to one another and give everyone the same opportunity to speak.
Thank you. The videos that were shown were horrific. There's not one canine handler, one person that has ever handled a dog that would say that those two incidents with those dogs that were not in the Gainesville Police Department, the other two that were in the video, weren't anything but horrific. Jaw dropping? Absolutely. I'm stunned. I looked at that, and there's no way that those dogs would have ever been acceptable in this department. I know that because I came from the city of Miami, and when I came to Gainesville, it was a shock for me to come here. The community involvement, the diversity, the cop unit that went out and spent time in the community and transported children to special events, played basketball, did all these other things. I'd never seen anything like that. I was amazed. I was amazed at the power that the police department was expending to develop the relationship with the community. I can tell you that there's been a lot of talk about the suspect in this crime and in other crimes, that as far as being treated as a human being, I'm sorry, but as an officer, those screams that you heard on that video, to me, don't compare anything to the screams of a child who's been raped or beaten and hit in the head with a brick and left to die. And then the suspect flees, and the only thing that can find him is a dog. That child, those screams compare nothing to what you heard over there. Those stay with me forever.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. We cannot have outbursts. I thank you for. We cannot have outbursts, y'all. We all can be offended by things that we hear, and we're all human, and we're going to process things in our own way. But we have to be respectful to one another as we're listening. So this is an open forum, and everybody is allowed to say their truth as they have experienced it. Okay, and we need to treat each other with that basic modicum of respect, and that's the only ground rule that we have established in this chamber. How you interact outside there is up to you. And you have 3 seconds if you'd like to conclude.
If you take away the dogs in this particular incident, the
Right.
only other alternative.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Your time has expired. I'm sorry, you're over. But thank you. We appreciate you speaking tonight. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Remedy Ryan, followed by Aaron Valesky. Aaron Valesky. Jack Edmondson.
Hello, I'm a citizen of Gainesville. I just wanted to speak briefly about the presentation by the GPD, because there were just some strange inconsistencies that I've noticed in the way information is sort of presented and handled. I believe it was Greg Terp who had stated, and as I understand, this is a professional outside consultant, former police officer, but he himself said during his presentation that no amount of training can prepare you for reality in these situations, that there's just a certain degree of training that can't account for real life situations, which to me does not sound like a point in favor of keeping canine units. That seems like, if anything, the very opposite. I also want to point out another thing that I'm noticing in the arguments by police officers is that the dogs are there to protect the police officers. And I believe the police chief himself said the dogs are there to protect the police officers. And then as a quick addendum, he said, oh, and the citizens too. And but in the same exact breath is also saying that the K-9 units are only deployed for fleeing suspects. And I'm really struggling to understand how a fleeing suspect is a threat to a police officer. And again, on this subject, on this sort of like straw man presentation of like the like murderer rapist that everybody's sort of like presenting, that's a former law officer. I just, again, want to call attention to Commissioner Walker's anecdote about a 10-year-old boy being attacked by a dog right outside his front door. Again, I just struggle to understand how this is a dangerous person for a police officer. So, as somebody had said earlier, they do not believe that the GPD has justified a need to keep K-9 units, and I wholeheartedly agree. And it really sounds like a great investment for the police department here would be in therapy for them, because they really are like using this platform to kind of unload things that have clearly like traumatized them, and they need help, not in the form of dogs.
Thank you.
By their side.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
David Colveris, followed by Danielle Chances.
Hi, my name is David Raya Contreras. I have been working as a mental health crisis intervention specialist for about 3 or 4 years now. I am currently pursuing licensure as a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida. As part of that, I will be working at the Alachua County Crisis Center, which is a public resource that is part of our branch of community support services. We've been talking a lot about what are the solutions, and I think policy should fall more on the line of when we do have these nonviolent situations, relying on mental health support services. And these services in the county do not receive enough funding. We are currently relying on volunteer help and on paid unlicensed therapists are not getting paid to work at these public services. And if we recenter that conversation around providing more services or more funding to these sorts of organizations in our community, we would be able to handle these crises a lot better. Ultimately, I have been placed, someone was speaking earlier that we were talking from a position of ignorance and we haven't been in dangerous situations ourselves. I have been in a multitude of dangerous situations related to rape, domestic abuse, suicidality, self-harm, violence, and I have showed up with nothing but my words. And the value of the presence that you bring into a situation and not being highly militarized when you enter a situation of crisis is obviously going to affect how the person in front of you reacts to you. If we believe in the shared humanity that we all have and work from that place instead of working from fear and criminalization of individuals, which obviously is going to bring a lot of biases, some of them racial, so some of them related to socioeconomic status, we will be able to handle these crises a lot better. So I just hope the commission looks at a lot of these resources that are severely underfunded in our county and in our city, and we can create better systems of support for our community that do not require showing up with dogs or weapons or pepper spray, whatever it is. There are instances where violent crimes occur, but the majority of police interventions do not require the level of militarization that they show up in. So yeah, this is just a call to kind of look at those services and understand them as a possible solution.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please, no applause.
Danielle Chances, followed by Gianna Deodario.
The state of the city of Gainesville is strong, but much but much needs to still be done to address critical issues such as racial disparities, Mayor Lauren Poe said in the annual State of the City address this past February. Dr. Ibram Kendi, formerly of the University of Florida, but now leads the Anti-Racist Research Institute. He wrote the book Stamped from the Beginning, The Definitive History of Racist Ideas in America, as well as How to Be an Anti-Racist, said, in order to be anti-racist, we have to express ideas of racial equality. We have to support policies that are leading to racial equity. We have to challenge ideas that there's something wrong with Latinx people, with Black people. If we're committed to racial equity, we need to be an anti-racist city. I know that the city has been proud of Dr. Kendi before, and so we need to be committed to that sentiment now, and that policy here today is to dismantle the K-9 unit. We cannot train our way out of a culture problem, and there's a serious culture problem at our K-9 unit. The only Black cop in our K-9 unit says that colleagues use the N-word all the time around him, and he was bullied out of the unit. He also claims that his unit supervisor yelled out "Hail Hitler" and did a Nazi salute while in the same room as him. That is white supremacy. You cannot train your way out of that, and that was your K-9 supervisor that did these things. He alleges that he said things like, "Sounds like there's some N-words in the woodpile," and yeah, the K-9 bit a lot of N-words another time during an office party, and you know, those N-words on the east side of town. This is racism within our K-9 unit. You cannot train your way out of it. The only solution to this is to dismantle this unit, or at minimum, indefinitely suspend it until you guys figure out what the hell is going on, because I mean, it's just outrageous. K-9 attacks are not uncommon. According to the Marshall Project, police dog bites cause more hospital visits than any other kind of use of police force, and the vast majority of the people affected are Black, which we saw in Gainesville Police Department's own statistics today. The majority of people who K-9 apprehensions are used against are Black residents. Again, this is a racial equity issue, and if we claim to be committed to racial equity, we need to be committed to policies that put an end to that disparity. Why are Black residents being disproportionately brutalized by our K-9 unit and our police in general? I've heard people make these points, you know, we need the dogs to track rapists and stuff, you know, we need to sniff Bob. No, we don't. Please, can somebody give me the statistics talking about proving stats? How many rapists our police dogs have actually found? Somebody please tell me. People keep talking about missing persons and then talked about Christian Aguilar. Unfortunately, Christian Aguilar passed. We found a dead body. They're not helping us real time with crime. We just need to put an end to this unit. I'm sure I had another point that I forgot, but oh, and you had an officer come up here and say he's here as a citizen, but talked about how much he loves being a cop and that his job is to kill people. That's a problem.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Gianna Diodario, followed by Jim Conish.
All right, y'all, you're welcome to take the discussion outside. You're welcome to take the discussion outside and have a great conversation, but in here, we just need to be respectful of the speakers. Ma'am.
Hi.
Okay. I did not hear that. If that happened, okay. I did not hear that. If that happened, that needs to be taken care of. I'm not his commanding officer. I have no authority over him or any of these other officers. If that happened, then the appropriate action needs to be taken. But right now, I'd like to hear from you.
Oh, well, I'll gladly wait until this gets handled. Okay, sweet. Looks like it was handled.
Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead. Do you wish to speak?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I
Go
absolutely wish to speak. So hey folks, my name is Jay. I wasn't necessarily planning on speaking like a lot of my other neighbors today, but felt really called to do so. I wanted to thank Commissioner Duncan Walker. It's unfortunately really rare to feel like we have allies on that side of the table, especially when one of them is making it abundantly clear that they only care about the peace in this chamber and not the doors outside of it. Right, Mr. Mayor? But thankfully for you, that's not what we're here to talk about today. Instead, I wanted to speak on something that I feel more reasonably I can, and something that a few other folks have already done. It's been really challenging to sit throughout this meeting and hear current officers and supporters of the police department use victims of crimes to create a really monolithic experience of what it's like to go through them, just to purport their vision of what justice looks like. I want to make it abundantly and crystal clear to everybody in this room that as somebody who has experienced sexual assault, the canine is doing nothing to protect me, and it's doing nothing, and it can do nothing to my abuser that fits within my vision of justice. But it doesn't really seem that the police officers here care about the justice to their victims when they're using us as statistics that seem really misplaced and really misguided. And I just think it's really abhorrent, the ease of which they feel comfortable doing that. And I think that that speaks volumes on what life looks like for victims after the case. I don't think I can really be the voice for everything that's entirely wrong with the K-9 unit, especially when so many other community members have made it abundantly clear how disgusting and violently racist they are. All that I can do is look every single commissioner in the eyes and please ask that you do everything you can to disband this unit. And if you don't, I want you all to be reminded that there's no amount of soap and water that will be able to clean your hands when this happens again. And since I still have 45 seconds left, I can just keep filling the space pretty well. I just wanted to say again that I stand in support of abolishing the K-9 unit, and I hope that you all do as well. And beyond that, I hope that the rest of this meeting goes really well and other people express their disdain for the K-9 unit. And I still have 15 seconds left, so once again, please, commissioners, vote to disband the K-9 unit. Okay, the 5 seconds.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Jim Conish, followed by Asia Barlow.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. I've had 2 encounters with the K-9 units and my properties, and I'd like to share them with you. I was surf fishing in Crescent Beach, and tenants in a triplex unit I own near here called me and said that someone broke into one of my apartments in the middle of the night. I got calls from everyone except the possible victim of this break-in. So I immediately came home and I knocked on the victim's door because the window was smashed out. And she came out with her head bowed. And what had happened is she had went out and got very drunk upon graduating from UF and had been able to locate her keys. So she smashed out her own window, crawled through it, and passed out in her bed. The police responded with the K-9 unit. The K-9 went into the apartment, saw right away, or not saw, but sensed right away that there was no crime. So instead of the police breaking the door down and approaching a drunk young woman with guns, the dog conveyed to the police that there was no crime. I'm going to give you another example. I got up in the middle of the night to use my restroom, and right across the hallway where I own another building, there was a young man too drunk to stand up trying to go through a young woman's window. It wasn't one of our immature commissioners. And he just couldn't get through the window because he was just too drunk. So of course I called the police, and of course the police came with a K-9. And of course the police tackled the young man. And of course the K-9 was going berserk. And of course the police restrained the K-9. And unfortunately, a young man knew where the woman lived, but didn't happen to know her name because apparently she was going to just pick him up from a bar and sleep with him, which was her pattern over the months that I dealt with, and that's her right. And I'm fine with that. So this idea that that these K-9 units are just out of control weapons, the K-9 units have capabilities that no human has. And I have seen them with my own 4 eyes prevent horrendous accidents. And if you're going to publicly lynch these K-9s, you're going to be a bigger laughingstock than you already are. Thank you for your time.
Madam Clerk?
Asia Barlow, followed by Bishop Chris Stokes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asia Barlow. I'm a current resident of Gainesville, Florida, and also a University of Florida student in my 4th year. I just want to say I'm just very disgusted being in this room, honestly, to hear you guys try and justify the violence that we saw in those videos. I was brought to tears. I am still shaking from the beginning of this video, and I don't understand how you guys can sit here and come up here so comfortably and tell me about a good story about somebody who was raped and whose rapist was found by this one dog. Look at the videos. Look at what happens. This is the reality. This is not some story, some anecdote. These are people's lives. These are their lives irrevocably changed because of what is happening on this police force. And I think we keep talking about, oh, you know, these dogs, they are bad, but it's really a part of a larger problem of I think that the K-9 unit problem just very demonstrates what's wrong with our Gainesville Police Department in essence. We can't control it. We can't muzzle these dogs. I think that this is an effective way to muzzle the tools that the Gainesville Police Department can wield against its citizens, against its black citizens. And once again, we are talking about race. It is not outside of race. We're talking about race. We're talking about a racist police unit which has a historical reference. I don't know if you get it. I don't know if you get it to people who aren't black here, but what a dog means is so innate. It is called generational trauma, okay? What it means when a dog is chasing after you is a different fight or flight response, and that is from generations of our ancestors fighting for freedom from fucking slavery, excuse my language.
Please, yes, thank you.
And now you want to enslave my people even more. Do you understand how many people are incarcerated in this country? It is ridiculous. How many black and brown bodies that you use for your own labor, for your own good, to feed your own pockets. And how dare you continue to be a part of this? You have a chance to change something here. And I hope that you really take this opportunity, because I'm looking at all of you guys. I hope I see you in the supermarket one day to really address you guys on what you're doing to your citizens. Listen to us. Listen to our cries. We are here. We are out here. We are speaking. And all of these people who have come here in service of the police department, please be in service of the people. The people are here. We are speaking, and listen to us. I have 28 more seconds. I'll continue to talk about black people. We deserve our rights. And I'm so sick of being fearful every single time I see a police officer. I do not feel safe with these cops in this room. I do not feel like they're here for me, and I can tell exactly by the looks on every single one of them faces. This guy has been on his phone. Where did he even go? On his phone the entire time. Do I feel like he cares about me? Do I feel like you're for my safety? I don't. Because we're here fighting for
Thank you
it.
very much.
Listen.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Bishop Chris Stokes, followed by Janiyah Gilbert.
Somebody's phone is here. Good evening. I was sitting here and my thought would be that there is certainly my hope that there would not be a decision made tonight based on the tone and tenor in this room tonight. I get it. And I understand. There's been a lot of discussion, but I think now Mr. Fields was having in his talk, he talked about some options, what we could do. And I think that what needs to happen now, in my opinion, is that there needs to be come let us, there's a book I read and it talks about come let us reason together. And in that reasoning, it has to be minus the emotion. In that, there has to be a coming together of minds, ideas, but it has to be minus the anger. It has to be minus the emotion. And to make a decision tonight based on anything I think that would really be a disservice to everyone involved. I get that being fed up with law enforcement, there's problems, but we've kept talking about problems, but I haven't heard anyone mention solutions. If you make a decision tonight, what are you going to do in the morning? You make a decision, you've identified that there are problems in that department. You've identified that there are problems. Fix the problem, not dismantle an entire department. Fix the problem, and it'll resolve something. Is it going to take away all of the issues? Absolutely not. But you can't make a decision, a rational decision, based on emotion. Come, let us reason together.
Thank you. And I can't do this for every chapter and verse, but that is Isaiah 118.
Absolutely.
I know that. That one I know. Madam Clerk?
Janiyah Gilbert, and we do have a couple of callers on the line.
Great, thank you.
So I'm not gonna sit up here and repeat what everybody else done already said, but it really does upset me when, you know, I've been in here since the meeting started, and you got people like Harvey, Poe, and then, you know, Rena, I love to what she do, flick off firefighters? Her to sit here unbothered by this, like, people are getting mauled by canines. That's a huge problem for you to sit here and roll your eyes, city manager too, like, and don't care. And Ms. Desmond, I love the videos you put. You needed to do that. Thank you so much. But like, for you guys to not care at all, that's crazy to me. And then also, like, and then for the officers saying that they follow protocol for a man leaving the scene with a missing eye, it needs to be fixed. It needs to be. And then I think my biggest problem is that, like, people like you, and then wherever she is, I don't even know where she at. Y'all don't care. Y'all finna sit here and vote against it. Nothing's wrong with the K-9 unit, right? And that's sickening to me. And then the officer, right, that had to leave. I sat here in the front of the dang on office, whatever you want to call it, listening to him talk to Danny and my mother for 3 hours for him to come in here and say that. That's like, you guys. Bye. I'm sorry. I can't.
Okay, thank you very much. Adam, we'll go back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next up here is Joe Beatty. Joe, you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. I think, gentlemen, one or two before me, it's very hard to listen when you're on the line. I think he mentioned that he hoped you didn't make a decision tonight. If I'm correct, that's what he was saying. That was also the reason I was calling in. I think that it's the things that have been said across the spectrum are very important. You've been there, I think, for about 4 hours. There's a lot that's been said, and I think that this subject, as many of the subjects that you deal with, deserve real careful consideration. People made points about statistics and facts, and, you know, this is not a black and white issue. There's so many things that need to be considered when you make the decision how you're going to go forward. So I hope that you will take in what you heard tonight, that you will think about it, that you will then have another meeting when we will know ahead of time what the motion is. We can't even talk to, if you're going to make a motion tonight, you won't allow us to talk to it. We don't even know what direction you're going. And so my ask tonight is that you just listen, you take this under serious consideration, and have some other opportunities to really talk it out, to let your staff give you good statistics, and before making a decision. I also think that you're anticipating you're going to be, 3 of you are going to be traveling. There are such serious issues before this commission in the city now. You've got the auditor, you've got this issue, you've got finances, and you're about to go off and spend more money when really your time and your energy before you're out of office ought to be spent giving careful consideration to the serious matters before you. And so I hope you make no decision tonight and you really do this the right way, which is contrary to what's happening. We've had too much legislating from the dais on the fly, and this is way too important. So thank you for your time, and good night.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Is it? Madam Clerk, anybody else?
Suzanne Perez, followed by Renaud.
Hello, my name is Suzanne, and I have a few things to say. First, I'd like to start off in response to when Officer Castor came up to speak, and he said, let's fix policy together. But when the GPD and Lonnie Scott cleared themselves of any wrongdoing in the Terrell Bradley case, Lonnie Scott said that he wouldn't be making any changes to policy. They don't want to fix the problem. They're perfectly happy with policy and procedures that allow for a man to lose his eye. We're also told that we haven't been suggesting any solutions, when I believe I heard several people come up with really good solutions, such as funneling this money into other initiatives that would actually help their communities, such as food insecurity, housing problems, mental health, physical health. I think those are solutions. I feel like there's been a lot of people saying things and then a lot of officers coming up and speaking as if they care about this community, and when in fact they haven't actually been listening to the people in their community that are coming up and speaking directly to them. For example, we had someone come up here and say that it took 2.5 hours for a woman to be responded to when she called the police, and then a man who was standing in the lobby who said he represents a fraternity of police officers came in here and said, when you call, we respond, and then left immediately. And it was kind of very contradictory. And then that was followed by a sergeant coming up here saying that we are listening to you. I'm speaking as a citizen, but I'm also a sergeant, and we're listening to you, when it was just really weird. I don't know if anyone else caught that. I don't know if it was we also have a lot of people saying oh, this was an accident, and then other people saying, no, the police officers or the dogs followed procedure with the police officers and all of this stuff. There's just a lot of shifting narrative with what all of the police officers that have come up to speak have been saying. So I don't really know how I can trust them with an animal that they are sticking on human beings, when I can't even trust them to listen to the person that just spoke 10 seconds before them. So it's just kind of really confusing to me. We also had a landlord come up here saying that he was so grateful that a police dog was able to come in and see that a woman was drunk in her own house instead of a bunch of armed officers, because dogs can do what officers can't. But I think that officers, even if they are holding a gun, could see a woman sleeping on the bed and not shoot her. I think, personally, I believe in you guys. I believe in police officers and your ability to do that.
Thank you very much.
So,
Appreciate it.
yeah.
Madam Clerk, our next speaker, please. Oh, we have a caller? Go ahead. Adam?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We've got Betty Gainey on the line. Betty, you've got 3 minutes.
I want to say that I can't say that I'm upset. I just want you all to know that I think that everybody just needs to come together and, as far as Alachua County, and I'm a little upset that everybody is on so many different pages, but I commend everybody for doing a wonderful job. I really do.
Thank you, Ms. Kenny. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Renault, apologies.
Is that Renaud? Oh, great, thanks.
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted factual, earlier we had statistics from 2020 to 2022. Number of bites, apprehensions, in 2020, it says is 12 to 122, and that represents 9.8%. In 2021, 13 out of 129. And 2022, 12 out of 122. It is my understanding, I just spoke with an officer earlier that tried to explain it to me, but just for clarity, are those, for instance, 2020, the 12 out of 122, and also to mention that statistic in 2020 is that 9 black, 2 white, 1 Hispanic. In 2021, 10 black, 2 white, 0 Hispanic. In 2022, 10 black, 2 white, 0 Hispanic. If you look at that represents about 80% in a smaller ratio for black. But my question is, if we could clarify, out of the, when we say 12 in 2020, 12 out of 122, what does that really mean? Does that mean if the K9 unit just shows up, is it counted as part of the non-bite statistics? That would be a gross misrepresentation of the facts, and that would be deflated numbers of bites. The officer told me to go ahead and give her a call, and she'll provide me the information needed. But as part of the decision making, I think those should be looked at even more, because I think it seems deflated to me. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Clerk?
Our last speaker is Lonnie Scott.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, I just wanted to really provide a little information. I'm a little disappointed, quite frankly, in the way that this thing has evolved. You went from critiquing the policy to calling the Gainesville Police Department, which I represent, racist. You know, that's since 2010, the chief that we had has been African American, and I'm proud to follow him. And it's a person that's been interested in this community. And when we're out there on the east side of town, when we're out to the minorities communities, and we're out there doing what we need to do to try to save lives, I don't see a lot of these people there. The question that I have, and the thing I want to put forth, take a look at the video that was shown. You saw 3 situations. 2 of those dogs were totally out of control. The GPD dog, the handler tried to pull him off the first time, didn't work. 10 seconds later, he pulled him off. Those other 2 situations were nowhere near that. It's disturbing to me to sit here and have this thing devolve to a situation where you're looking at GPD as a whole like we are bad. We are one of the best agencies in this country. One of the best.
Y'all,
when you look, when you look at
Chief Scott, if you pause for a moment, I will say it again. We're trying to treat everyone with the same rules and the same respect. And I would especially expect people that are employed by the city and that are responsible for enforcing the rules can rise above and set that example. All right? We all want to hear everybody, and Chief, we respect your 3 minutes and your time. We all should treat each other with the same respect and dignity as every other person, and we can only control ourselves. All right? We can only control our own actions. So let's be responsible and set that example. Chief, go ahead.
Let me give you some statistics. Gainesville Police Department today, 24% African American. The population of Gainesville, African American, 20%. Gainesville Police Department command staff, 50% African American. 50%. You don't have that typically in law enforcement agencies our size. When you look at the number of folks that we deal with and the number of complaints that we have, most of the complaints do not involve unnecessary force or excessive force. I want to point out also that we have between 60 and 70% of our arrests are reactive. We're responding to people calling us, and that's when we're making arrests. That's what's going on. And look, if you look around, look at the volume of gun violence we have here. The passion should be at saving those lives, saving those people out. When we're out there and when gunfire's coming out, my folks are going in. Regardless whether they like you or dislike you, agree with you or disagree with you, we're going in to save lives. We don't ask who it is, we go in. Now, I'll invite any of these folks in this room to join us in walking into those situations when gunfire is being fired. But you're not going to have a lot of folks doing that. So don't demonize the people that work for the Gainesville Police Department because they are some of the better people in this community. You can't be more noble than to put your life on the line for people that you know don't care for you. You can't be more noble than that. And the last thing I want to say is that...
I'm sorry, Chief. I got to treat you the same as
I'm
everybody
good.
else. So
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we got one more caller. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Anita Kluger on the line. Anita, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say that I am totally for not disbanding the K9 unit. That is a must. They have to stay with the police officers. These police officers need these dogs to help apprehend criminals. And I heard some of the comments, and they were so hateful and so mean. And it seems to me like many of these people just hate our police department, and that is not right. So please do not vote against the K9 units. These dogs are needed. They protect the officers. They protect kids. They protect everybody. So this is just not right, and these people need to go ahead and think about what they're saying, and we need to support all our police officers and all the dogs that are with them. And that's all I have to say. So please do not vote on this. And thank you to all the officers for their service. And please be safe. And thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you, Anita. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Tony Jones?
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I generally don't speak at commission meetings unless you all call me up to the podium. I've had the honor of being your police chief for just about 11 years, and it was a tough job to take over. But I learned, any organization, I don't care where you at, you're going to have good and you're going to have bad. I don't care if the White House to wherever. You're going to have good and you're going to have bad. But I can tell you, during my tenure, majority of officers that I had the privilege to work with, they're good officers. They're here to protect and they're here to serve. The three things that they'll tell you that I stress with them, and they demonstrated that, was carrying out your responsibility. You're going to be constitutional. You're going to be consistent. And the other thing that I ask for them, you got to have compassion. You got to have compassion for the people that you serve. This, I sat back and I listened, and we got a good community out here that we're responsible for as well. I ask you not to rush and make a decision. There's merit on every side. But all I'm saying is that I don't want people to think that all the Gainesville Police Department is just out to get people of color. I'm a person of color. Came from East Gainesville. Proud to come from East Gainesville. But I don't want you to think that these officers, be it black, white, whatever, that we got one mission in mind, and that is to go out and attack people of color. That is just not what I've seen, and if I did see it, I dealt with it. So if I did see it, I dealt with it. And yes, we worked with disproportionate minority contact. If you look at it, I got the grant to come to Gainesville. Because when I came in, I saw it. And as your chief, I was not going to ignore it. But I can tell you this community worked together to address this issue, and it's still here. I'm not going to sit up and tell you it's not. But with civil citations, with what we did with the adult civil citation programs, and giving officers the option that the only resolution, there was resolutions other than just putting handcuffs on people. Because you heard me say from this dais and at the Gainesville Police Department, you're not going to arrest your way out of crime. And I'll say that till the end, until you lay me down. You're not going to arrest your way out of crime. Let's work together. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson. Madam Clerk.
Jay Hartley, followed by Bobby Murmur.
I'm only talking because I don't want the police to have the last word on this. The police do not protect us. Abolish the K-9 unit.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Bobby Murmur, followed by Jancy Vinson.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Bobby Murmur. I'm the coordinator for the Alachua County Labor Coalition. As you heard earlier, the Alachua County Labor Coalition is in favor of eliminating the K-9 unit because of the racist history of using dogs against black men in this country, because of the unacceptable, although there is judicial precedent that suggests that the rate of dog bites is at an acceptable level. I think we can all agree 11% of the time that they're called out having them bite is on its face unacceptable. Additionally, like in the case of Mr. Bradley, there were 5 officers on the scene. We do not need dogs to apprehend with their teeth suspects. That being said, I will note that as the night has worn on, this conversation, comments have become more and more personal, less focused on the K-9 unit itself. I did not want to speak because I did not want to contribute to that, but I did hear the chief mention or imply that the police department could not be racist, or that policing the city could not be racist because so many managers in the police department are black. That's just fallacious. I hope that we can think beyond that. I probably should be speaking about this because I'm obviously a white man, but I am gay, and I can tell you that I can be really mean to some gay people if I want to, right? So just because, right, I'm gay does not mean that I am necessarily going to, be the kindest to my own community. Just as a hypothetical, right? Depends on my mood. So that being said, I hope we can redraw focus back on the K-9 unit and away from talking to one another in this chamber. All right, let's talk about what we came here to talk about. I do have some time. One last thing. My understanding is that there was not a motion, there's not a particular ordinance or policy being voted on tonight. So I want everybody on my side to understand that if there is no vote tonight, that was to be expected. And it wasn't because of anything that happened here tonight. This is mostly a public hearing to get more information, and this is going to be a long-term conversation that we're having. And I look forward to having it with the City Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Nancy Benson.
Good evening to the mayor and the city commissions. It's been a pleasure being here tonight, hearing both sides. It seems to me, we need our police department. That's true. We do. And there's some great people that work for the police department. However, we have some internal problems too. Just listen to the people and what they said would happen with Bradley. There's concerns to me. You can't take pictures and talk about a victim, a person in pain. So that means there's some internal problems that need to be looked to. I know there's been a lot of heated argument today, whatever, but I would ask you to think about it, not to vote on it like Bishop Stokes said, and that, come up with a plan that will be reasonable for all people involved. We can't go back and repeat history and abuse people of color. Commissioner Duncan, thank you, because that film itself almost made me cry. Because, you remember the times in the civil rights movement with Dr. Martin Luther King, Birmingham with the dogs and everything. That reminded me that we can't go back. We must go forward. This is Alachua County. This is the most liberal, progressive city that I ever seen. We can't go back, but we must work together as a unit for solutions and to make sure that that situation where you're laughing and talking about a person that have been seriously harmed never happen again. And I ask for you to, of course people said some disturbing things, but please don't let that deter you in making the right decision, the just decision to make sure that the citizens, as well as, like I said, you got beautiful cops. I mean, they're wonderful cops. It's just the idea that we got some bad ones too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. We'll close this public comment
Mr.
for
Mayor,
this.
Mr. Mayor, we have somebody that is being screened right now. A very late caller. If you could hold for just a few seconds.
That'll be our last caller, last speaker.
Thank you. All righty. Just in time, we have Tina Day. Tina, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm sitting here. I'm a resident of East Side. I have 3 girls, and it just grieves me to hear what's going on. I just cannot believe that Chief Lorna Scott can't find anything wrong. How can you have officers sharing emails about Terrell Bradley getting hurt and then laughing about it and don't think that's a fireable offense? You wonder why we have a negative impact in the community with all these shootings. Do you think anybody going to help the police when they know that people are laughing about Terrell Bradley? I think that in itself they should have been fired. And for Chief Lorna Scott not to fire him because of this reason, he needs to be fired. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close our public comment. Thank you all for taking the time to come down here this evening or call in if you chose that route. This is a difficult topic, and I think that the emotions surrounding that showed tonight. I especially want to thank everybody that focused their comments on this particular issue. The rest of it comes out with our sort of emotions that build up over time, and this is a public forum, and I have been consistent in allowing people to share their truth in this chamber without checking that, and tonight was no exception. But that can cause us to be uncomfortable or even upset, and that's part of the democratic process. So with that, Commissioner Duncan Walker, I'll kind of turn it back to you, and since this was your meeting, and give you first opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank everybody who stepped forward with something to say. From the very beginning, when this was laid on my heart to bring forward. I knew this conversation was not going to be an easy one. I knew it was going to cut at the core of some very deep issues. I knew it was going to summon some things within each one of, I knew it was going to be an emotional conversation. It cannot help but be that. I knew it was going to take us to a place where we were forced to hopefully grapple with some real issues. And I'm grateful for that tonight. I'm grateful in the differences of opinions, and I'm grateful for everything that was shared. I chose to show videos tonight, the particular videos that I showed, for a very specific reason. And it was not to taint the well, as someone mentioned a little earlier. It was not to cast negative aspersions on canines or the police department for that matter. It was to show a perspective that we don't often see. We rarely see. It's simply not put forward. I wanted us to have the opportunity to see and hear the experience of what it's like when one is apprehended and bitten by a canine. I think that's important. There are so many layers to this issue. And I think most people who spoke tonight have probably touched each one. And I've heard a number of things from each of you. I've heard the policy concerns. I've heard the procedure concerns. I've heard the desire for accountability. I've heard the desire for meaningful community engagement in a process where you have the opportunity to make decisions. And none of that is lost on me. There are some issues. There are some serious issues. I want to pause to ask a question of both the chief and the city manager about the staffing that several people have brought forward, both people in the police department as well as people in the community. And I'd like to actually hear from both of you on this, because we know staffing is a concern. What is being done currently to actively recruit or increase staffing in the Gainesville Police Department? What is currently being done? Where are we on that? Are we seeing any forward movement, any progress?
Madam Manager, you want to take a swing at that, or Chief Scott? Okay, good.
Currently, we have, I think, 11 people that we have scheduled to start January with us. Our recruitment efforts since we placed the incentive have improved. Our problem is our turnover, the people that are leaving. And in all candor, you know, it's something I learned from my wife, quite frankly. Occasionally you have to tell people they've done a good job. And my folks, my officers, they starve for that attention, and I give it to them as best I can, but they also need it from the commission. They get it from some of the neighbors. And we go to, I give you the list of all the different community events that we attend. In those events, my officers are interacting with the public, and it's always positive. We have very few events that we attend where there's a negative interaction between the officers and the public. And this is impacting our recruitment and our retention. Because when they look up and they see a police department that's being villainized, quite frankly, People become police officers not because they want to hurt anybody, but because they want to be heroes. They want to save someone. And if you don't feel like you're joining an organization where you can make that kind of impact, you don't want to join it if you're not being perceived that way. Our efforts as far as recruitment, we've been going to, I don't know how many different entities and different locations to recruit. We put in the incentive plan, we use that. For us to get 11 folks to come in at one time, that's a big accomplishment for us. We're making progress as far as recruiting people and getting them in, but the people that are leaving, I think we have 3 or 4 that are leaving this month. I mean, that's killing us. You know, normally people do the 25 years and then they do 5 years of drop. We have officers that are leaving at 18 years, 20, 22. 7, 8 years ago, that wasn't the case. But that's happening now. They're leaving as quick as they can. And that's what's killing us. Now add that to the fact that the competition, and you saw recently the sheriff had a huge increase in his salary. The competition for salaries has, and the governor has contributed to this as well with some of the smaller counties. You can go work at a smaller county and make what you make here. You don't have nearly the headache. You don't have as many calls for service. And a lot of those folks are electing to go work at these smaller counties. So sheriff office, ASO, and us, we're struggling, you know, trying to make sure that we keep that distance and keep our recruitment efforts going. We think our best recruiters, quite frankly, are the people that work for the police department and the people that are working for the city. We think those are our best. And we ask the community, give us the people that you want to see police your neighborhood. We want people, we want to grow our own from this community because those are the people that will be career folks for us. You approved the cadet program. We have that. We hope to be coming up online soon. The cadet program, that whole approach is about doing exactly what you say and growing people from this community to become career employees with the police department.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. I wanted to kind of speak to something there. I started my comments off tonight by intentionally thanking the police department because I knew this conversation was going to be a challenging one, and I wanted to be clear that they understood and understand that I appreciate the work that is done for this community. I understand that your job is not an easy one. As a matter of fact, in a recent GPC meeting, I actually asked about whether you all have mental health days, because I think that's important. And I was told that you don't. And I asked that we look into that. So I want to be real clear. I didn't hold this meeting tonight to vilify you. But I held this meeting because I don't care who you are. We have to be accountable. And yes, there are some people who are doing the right thing. But we also need to know when it doesn't go right. And part of what I feel like we have to be doing from this side is making sure that we have the right policy in place so that there can be some real accountability.
I'd like to add that
I'm not quite done, Chief. I'll be done in just a second. There is a challenged relationship between community and police throughout this country. I don't think anybody has the solution how to fix it. But I think there are things that we can actively do locally to take steps towards some sort of, I don't know, resolution is clearly not the word, but get us closer to where we need to be. When we say that people are leaving because officers feel vilified, or we're not saying thank you enough, or we appreciate you enough. I have to ask, is that the only reason they're leaving? Because I know it's not. I've talked to some of them who are leaving. When I hear that they're being paid better other places, I'm sure that's the truth. But I have also heard that there are officers who would stay for less if things were a little different in the department. Chief, you mentioned very emotionally and very passionately that you can't be more noble. The officers can't be more noble. And I thought that was an interesting word, an interesting choice of words there. Only because it came to my understanding from an officer that there was a report that was done by an organization known as Noble that pointed out some of the racial problems that we have in the department. And why am I saying that? Only because I want us to come to resolve that. That has to be resolved. We have an open case where a prior K-9 officer has made some very serious allegations against us and the K-9 unit. And when you talk about people not wanting to come to work because of pay or not feeling thanked, I think we have to be very realistic and say that that's one of the reasons that they don't want to come work here too. So how do we address that? These are major concerns because that report is old from what I understand. And so to have a report that arrived at those conclusions and to still have some of the same problems that exist today give me concern. What have we done? What are we actively doing to shift that culture? And I'd actually like to hear an answer to that.
Been chief officially since July. And so along with the issues that you discussed, I'm proud to say Chief Jones has already addressed a lot of them. I just told you what the breakdown as far as command leadership was. That was one of the problems. Identified is that the command structure was not one that was reflective, quite frankly, of the community. That they were not responsive. I know Chief Jones had, and I know I have, an open door policy. When folks feel like they need to be heard, they come to my office, close the door, and say what they have to say. They expect me to deal with it. Those that have worked for me know that I'll deal with it. I've been doing this for a long time, 37 years. I've encountered issues that I thought were uncomfortable at work. I dealt with them, and I tried to improve it. I worked with the City Affirmative Action Group from 1994, and leaving it as chairs in 2014 when I left to go to Tallahassee. It was reflective of my dedication to making sure that we have a diverse workforce. I'm proud of where we are. Now, are we perfect? No. Have we made progress toward the issues that were identified in the 2009 Noble Report? Yes, we have. And will we continue to make progress? Yes. Someone mentioned earlier tonight, referenced that I said I wasn't going to change the policy for the K-9. That's not true. I didn't say that. What I indicated is, and I would never do anything like that before we sat down and we heard from our neighbors. And we will make some tweaks to our policy. We'll sit down and review it and look at it and see if there are things that we can enhance, improve. You can always improve. But as regards to the policy, we can provide you a response, a written response, quite frankly, that shows what our progress has been toward the items that were identified in 2009. I was here for that. You know, this whole concept of police citizen committee or PAC now, a lot of that originated around that time so that we could have those communications, the open lines of communications. We preach procedural justice, fair and impartial policing. We have the neighborhood policing initiative. And all that's teaching us, and what we're trying to do is avoid what we have today, where you have the police here and the citizens here. I don't know if you noticed that gun violence doesn't know whether or not you're a police or citizen. Gun violence happens to everybody. And we have to look at this as a community and recognize that this is a community problem. And the gun violence is not necessarily the problem, it is the symptom of things that are out there, be it mental health, be it lack of education, be it lack of employment. There are other things that are out there causing this, lack of parenting. So we met with the pastor some time ago. Again, that's our community outreach. And we're working with the pastor. We met with the school board. We met with the Children's Trust. These are all the things. We have plans right now in place to have things in place to occur over the next few months that are going to be directed at gun violence. And I implore all the people that had the energy to be here tonight, be actively involved in trying to save somebody's life. We have a shooting incident almost every week, sometimes two. We recover a gun almost every day, an illegal gun, every day. Don't wait until it impacts your family before you become passionate about it and you show up to some of these events to try to help us to work together as a community to address gun violence. You can't keep us separate. You can't demonize part of the community. We are part of the community. When we take these uniforms off, we're mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, grandparents, black. You don't take that off.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
And I just thank you for those comments. I do feel the need to just say this. I think most of the people in here who commented in here tonight are actively trying to save people's lives. I think that's the reason that they came here. And it's two different ways of thinking tonight, Chief, is the way that I view this. And that's okay, but I did want to make sure that we made that point. I think Manager Curry, Interim Manager Curry, did I see you wanting to make a comment?
Just briefly, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Yesterday actually marked 1 year from the day that I started with the city. And the culture issue was an issue when I came. The rate of vacancies was huge when I came. And it was not just in the police department, it was citywide. I think in 20, the vacancy rate for the city on the general government side was close to 20%. That is very high. In 21, it was reduced to approximately 14% citywide. And in 22, it has come down to 12%. So citywide, we're doing better. When I came, the police department's vacancies were around 30. They may be just a little less in terms of sworn officers, Chief, but it's between 28 and 30. Is that right? For your sworn officer vacancy rate? Is it higher?
It's a little higher right now.
It hasn't changed, and as the chief has said, it hasn't changed because the turnover, the attrition is high. He's losing officers. Why, obviously, is a question. And what the chief and I have talked about, Laura Gretz is not here, she's the HR director, but when you talk about mental health days, I will tell you for 1 year for me, I'm kind of feeling like it's been 2 or 3 because it's been so much to do. And we as a city really need in-service training days. We need in-service training days to not only focus on whatever our professional niches are, But we need in-service days to really deal with issues along the lines of equity and inclusion and issues that are going on in the workplace that are not addressed because folk are just pressed to just keep on working because the workforce is thin. And so I have proposed that starting in January, at least on an every other month basis, that we have in-service training days where we may work a 4-day work week and have that Friday as an in-service training day where we can alternate between, staff. We have to work on Fridays. The city can't not be covered. But we do need to have an opportunity for our employees, for our community builders to have an opportunity to address issues and address them not with city staff, but address them with staff from some other agencies. I saw a gentleman in here this evening. He was talking about mediation services, but I think we need to bring those kinds of entities into our in-service training days to give our employees an opportunity to unload, if you will, and provide that kind of input so we can take it back and address it. I don't think we've had enough of that in the city. The city is and it's hard for me to talk about this publicly, which is what we're doing, but there's been trauma, quite frankly, in the city, not just in the police department, but citywide, just because of the changes. And a lack of instability. I will just put it on the record. We all know it, we all read it. But I think that it is time for the city as a whole to start having those kinds of in-service training days. I'm having an issue with my earring like you've had over time too. It just fell on the floor, I'm sorry. But I think it's time for us to start having in-service training days for our employees because it's just time. As it relates to the police department, though, we do seriously need to address it. Our police officers are out there on the street. There's not enough of them. We broadcast that, which is not a good thing because we don't want to give those kinds of advantages, which we're giving to the folk out there that we're trying to protect the officers and our public from. But when we do that, knowing that we don't have enough officers and we're looking at the possibility of adjusting, I'm not going to say eliminating the K-9 unit, but adjusting it in some way, shape, or form based on policies to make it more responsive and humane, if you will, if you want to look at the historical perspective of canines. Some change is probably necessary. Some change has been recommended based on some of the recommendations that you got from the consultant hired.
That's correct.
I don't know that they were spoken about tonight, quite
No,
frankly. And I thought that, maybe we should have spoken about those recommendations a little bit more since we're really talking about policy. I would hate to see K-9 just cut in light of the fact that we don't have enough officers on the street, and we do need to have that tool to supplement what we know we don't have on the front end in terms of officers. And so I would hope that there is a middle ground somewhere, a middle ground that we can at least address what the issues are and try to resolve them as opposed to reducing a tool that, quite frankly, I think is necessary at this point in time here in the city.
I want to not take up all of the time to talk. Before I kind of give way to my colleagues for a few moments and then come back and have a couple more things to say, I did want to read a statement that I could have read a little bit earlier and it just kind of slipped my mind, that came from Dr. Kenneth Nunn, who is one of the founders of the Center of Race and Race Relations at the UF Levin College of Law, as well as an expert and a researcher on canines, race, and law. He sent the following statement because he realized that he would be absent tonight, but he wanted us to hear this. Abuse of police dogs is a nationwide issue and a matter of great concern for citizens of Gainesville and Alachua County. Police dog bites are more severe than regular dog bites and often lead to hospitalization and lifelong injuries. Police dogs are often deployed to secure persons who have committed minor crimes or who are no threat to others. In some jurisdictions, police dogs are disproportionately used against people of color. In the 1985 case of Tennessee versus Garner, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that deadly force could not be used against a suspect unless that suspect presented a danger to the police or the public. I think the general principle in Tennessee v. Garner should be applied to police dog use. Police dogs should not be used unless a suspect is armed or otherwise presents a danger to the police or the public. Police dogs should not be used merely to apprehend a fleeing suspect, and they should not be used merely to force suspects to follow police instructions through paying compliance. So that was submitted by Dr. Kenneth Nunn. I wanted his statement to be entered into the record and his voice to be heard in his absence. And while I will have a few more things to say, I did want to, in the interest of time, make sure that my colleagues were not too tired to give some comment where they desired.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner, appreciate that. Anybody else? Mr. Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, first of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you to the police department. 93,000 calls. That is a lot. I mean, I never knew that, and I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. When you leave home in the morning, you don't know if you're going to, your family doesn't know if you're going to return at night. I have a nephew that serves with the department up in Pensacola. And it is very difficult on a family to face that kind of reality. Then I want to say thank you to the citizens for coming out tonight. This is not an issue that can be decided here. It reinforces for me more than ever why we need a committee structure, subcommittees. I think if we had a public safety committee that could look at this issue more in depth than as a whole body and then bring it back to the general body, that would be very helpful. Perhaps the subcommittee could then look at the staffing issues, look at the race relation issues, have the community come in and speak there to share that with us. But I think that, so I am going to be pushing for a public safety committee, a public safety subcommittee that we can then refer items like this to, because I think it needs to be looked at in depth. Race relations, I can't say I was shocked, but I was very disappointed to see who the dogs bite. I was very disappointed to see that. I think that's something that needs to be looked at more in depth. I think we need to look at when a dog is so vicious, should that dog be retired? And I think in this instance, this particular dog should still be retired because it's too vicious. That's too dangerous. That's just, I just don't see that as the way for us to go. But I appreciate having the discussion. I think I definitely want to look at retention. I definitely want to look at which path we should take because the Gainesville Police Department is a department that you would always hear when I was on the county commission. You would always hear the sheriff's department saying that they were coming over here to work. And we were losing people over to the Gainesville Police Department. So I think that I want to see us come together as a community, work together, address race relations, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly comment and thank everyone as well. It's been a long night. In some cities in America, law enforcement reform discussions do not happen. In our city, it does. In our city, we have these discussions out in the open because they're difficult, because it's necessary, and because it leads to a better system. I came here today with a pretty open mind because it is a difficult subject matter, and I have hope that discussions of reform can be genuine. Reform on the side of folks in the community and reform on the side of the police. The lives of victims matter. even if you are committing a crime, you have a right to not be permanently maimed. The lives of animals matter. Canines did not select their career choice. But I understand they form lifelong bonds, and those bonds matter. The lives of our officers matter. I believe there can be reform found to reduce the amount of violent incidents and to reduce the amount of violent apprehensions, particularly when folks are being nonviolent. I think there are policy directions that can be given, not in meetings like this and not on the dais with only 5 commissioners. I very much liked the discussion that we heard about how do we invest more in our community. That is a conversation that should always be happening and not just during meetings like this. Going forward, I would be in support of reform discussions that can help reduce the number of violent instances, particularly with apprehensions and particularly with nonviolent victims. And I want us to always have appreciation for our community's willingness to have these discussions in the open. So thank you all very much. It has been a long night and you stuck with us for a long time. Obviously, discussion is not over, and I look forward to continuing these items. And you will have my support if we're talking about police reform. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very, very brief. Thank you to everyone who was here and spoke this evening and who has been paying attention through the process. The reason I continue to sign off as the seconder on each one of these meetings was because we need to have the discussion. Not in any commitment to doing anything other than being willing to hear what the community has to say. And our police are part of the community. Hearing everyone and the vast differences of opinion is what we're supposed to do. So we'll continue to do that, but thank you to everyone who moved this forward and who was here to speak and who will continue to speak. And I know that, I've said it before, I'll say it many more times, I believe this is a good community. I believe this is a special community, and I believe that we can come to good resolutions. Will everybody be happy? Nope. This is Gainesville. Everybody's not going to be happy. But I believe we can get to a better place, and I think we always have to be searching for a better place, and part of that is hearing each other, and that's part of what we did tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you all. This was, I think a difficult evening for all of us to be a part of, regardless of where you came into this. There's a lot to unpack here, and I agree with the direction that Commissioner Chestnut laid down. Whether the new commission chooses to go with a more refined committee structure or not, that's certainly your all's choice, and I know you'll have that conversation soon after you all raise your right hands and put the left on the good book. But this isn't a binary, like there's not just one thing, right? And I think the next commission needs to be very sort of deliberative as they work through these various issues. And so to ask questions, are we able to effectively police without a K-9 unit or not? Is there a different way to use a K-9 unit? Are there different types of K-9s to use? There's a lot of questions that need to be asked. And you have the benefit of an engaged, activated community that will help participate in those discussions. And so that's a positive. I do want to speak to the issue that was brought up several times, including by Commissioner Duncan Walker, about allegations of both overt and covert racism within the department. That is something that has got to be spoken about often and plainly. Now, here's what I know, that we learned about this most recent incident reactively. An incident happened, there was an investigation and discovery, right? And that then allowed command staff to take appropriate action against those individuals. That, but for that might still be out there causing harm within the department. I know that there are hundreds of officers, when they found out about that and read that, were devastated. Devastated because it affected them personally, devastated because they knew that it made their relationships within the department harder, devastated because they knew that it made their job in policing the community that much more difficult. Because it doesn't represent who they are as individuals or as a department. And so as these discussions continue, I know that we have the vast majority of a department that wants no part of that and wants to represent our community in all its warts and bumps that we are, but to be faithful to that in its truest form. There are many instances where we as a city in general, but certainly through the police department, have been very proactive and do better work because of it. I think about the long conversations we had about body-worn cameras when they were very controversial. And we ended up in such a better place because of that long, focused conversation. And it helped protect our neighbors and it helped protect the officers. We were very proactive, and I don't know if Chief Jones is still listening or not, but as we work to incorporate mental health first responders and make sure that we started transitioning calls away from armed officers to in the direction of where mental health specialists can answer calls. We didn't wait for a bad incident to happen to do those types of things. Unfortunately, in this case, it took a bad incident that nobody is defending as appropriate or the right outcome to encourage us to address how we protect our community appropriately in circumstances that are currently seeing deployment of K-9 units. And we as a community are going to have to be patient as we have that conversation, because it's not so simple as just removing this thing and then all of a sudden everything's going to work fine. And there are solutions, and there are ways to make sure that the outcomes are consistently positive moving forward. So, I think whether, we'll see what the new commission decides to do with committees. If for some reason the commission doesn't decide to go with more specific, like a public safety committee, I think this is certainly an incident where a special sort of temporary ad hoc committee focused on public safety could be impaneled to deal with these specific issues and given a timeline, and then come back to the commission with recommendations. And Commissioner, I have a feeling you're going to try to give some direction here in a second. My humble suggestion, as I am seeing my clock nearly strike midnight, is we could kickstart this process by referring it to our policy department and getting them looking at some research on how other departments have handled a transition away from focusing so much on K-9 units, and how they were able to affect those positive changes. So at least the commission has some good information on which to sort of start a foundation of that larger community conversation. I think that gets things moving now, and then when the new commission takes office, you're all ready to start really focused and concentrated work to get a sort of outcome and solution as quickly as possible, because I think that's what our community seems very interested in right now. So with that, I'll go back to you. I do want to thank everybody, though, for sticking with us the whole night, participating, and speaking your truth, as you have experienced it. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate your comments, and in all candor, I'm not particularly fond of the idea of sending something to the policy committee. But there are a couple of things that I actually do want to ask you all as my colleagues to consider. So as I thought about the future and us not making a decision for the incoming commission, because I do think that is important, but also I think too that we are dealing with an issue and a community that cannot wait, and an issue that we don't want to see get exacerbated on either side. And so I also believe that in order to continue this conversation, we need information and we need data. So one of the things that I would ask for tonight, and there may be a couple as I talk this through, I may pull back or I may go full force here, but I actually would like for the staff to go ahead and bring us back for the next commission what the Gainesville Police Department or our municipal government would actually look like, how we could function without or with the modified version, a modified, better version of the K-9 unit. And when I say that, what do I mean? Because I don't think that you get to a modified or better version of the K-9 unit without what we've had in here tonight, which is intense community engagement. They have to be a part of the process. This is why we went through this tonight in the way that we did, and why it seemed painful but absolutely necessary, because the community must be involved in this at every step of the way. So that's the first thing, bring that back, what this looks like with or without a K-9 unit. How could we function? What are other places doing? I would like for staff to bring that back. The other thing I'm interested in is what other places are doing in terms of citizen oversight boards. What would that look like in this city? A framework for that with teeth, where citizens get a real opportunity to be a part of the process, not after the fact, but during the fact. I think that's how we get a little bit closer to accountability. And then if we're going to have data about really addressing the problem that we have articulated here, that we don't want to see continue to proliferate, we need to have an audit of the K-9 department. We need a cultural audit of the K-9 department so that we can clearly see where the problems are and be able to address them. And so those are the things that I'm asking for tonight.
Okay, let's consider that a motion. Is there a second? Okay, thank you. Just go ahead, Madam Manager. We need to make sure we're clear here.
Sure. I mean, it was clear what Commissioner Duncan Walker stated. I'm just trying to make sure that the timeline is a reasonable one. You said next meeting, and so I don't think we would be.
No, I don't think I said next meeting. I said next commission.
Oh, next commission.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you very much.
So take between now and January
Okay,
to gather that
I feel
information
better.
and then have it ready to.
What I heard Commissioner Duncan Walker say, she's looking for information and data that begins to lay the platform of what we want to do. I think part of your recommendation to in looking at a citizens advisory board,
Not advisory.
but
Review.
a citizens review board. I think Commissioner Ward may remember this. I think this is sort of what E.T. York did some years ago with the blue ribbon, or you may remember it too, Ari.
Well, I'll just say, I certainly would support including this in the motion, but we looked at this quite in depth 4 years ago.
Okay.
And there are some very specific limits because of state statute on what we can do. And my recollection is we set up the Police Advisory Council, walking it up to that line, right? And that's as much as we are legally allowed to do. But that doesn't mean we can't go back and look at it and have legal and I mean, I think it's fine to put in the motion. I just don't want anybody to be disappointed when the answer comes back saying what we have is kind of as much as we're allowed to do according to state statute. And I could be wrong about that. That's just my recollection from when we last looked at it.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, well, then that's fine. Again, that's all part of the whole data gathering. And that's the way I see what she's recommending here, so.
Okay, any questions
look
from
at
the
it.
commission?
Thank you.
Management, any questions? Want to be clear? We good? Okay, then all in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Sacco and Hayes Santos absent. Anything else? Any member comment? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you all.